Chapter 935. What? Do you still want to earn our money? Hearing Qi Li's words, Qi Song's complexion instantly changed. His face was gloomy as he spoke. In his opinion, Jiang Hai and Qi Li should have given them the shares for free. They should have knelt down and begged for the shares. If they didn't want it, then they should have knelt down and begged for it. Of course, uncle, are you still dreaming? Hearing Qi Song's words, Qi Li raised her eyebrows. Is he crazy about money? Phew, tell me, how much do you want? I'll tell you, but don't go too far. Qi Song glared at Qi Li and said angrily. But hearing his words, Qi Li smiled disdainfully. What do you mean by going too far? She didn't think she was going too far. At present, the Qi Group has already been delisted. According to the listing price and the price of the 4 companies that have been merged into the Qi Group, the current market price of the Qi Group is 71.7 billion renminbi. I won't cheat you. According to the market price, 1% of the shares is 717 million renminbi. However, because you are my relatives, I won't cheat you. Now that I've said it, I won't sell less than 10% of the shares, and it's only valid for now. Now, if you take out 7,170 million renminbi, you are still shareholders of the Qi Group, so you can't take it out. Sorry, the door is over there. Looking at Qi Song and the others in front of her, Qi Li said very calmly. Hearing Qi Li's words, everyone's face changed instantly. How could they take out 71.1 billion yuan? Now? Is this guy joking? And 71.7 billion yuan, what the hell is this? Since Jiang Hai got the shares of the Qi Group, Qi Li had been preparing for the delisting. The delisting was completed before the new year. Now, the Qi Group was a completely private enterprise. It didn't sell shares, and there were no extra shareholders. All the property rights were fixed. Of course, this also prevented other forces from interfering. The Qi Group also became the sole owner of Jiang Hai. Then Qi Li asked for Jiang Hai's opinion and merged the 4 Western steak restaurants opened by Qi Li and Jiang Hai into the Qi Group. Once the 4 tax-free Western restaurants were merged into the Qi Group, the value of the Qi Group instantly increased by 1/3. Originally, because of the integration, the market value had increased a lot. At this time, it broke through the sky. Before the new year, the Lu Group's stock price had exceeded 70 billion yuan. It looked good in China, but in fact, it was average internationally. Compared to the companies in the United States that had hundreds of billions of dollars, which were converted into trillions of yuan, the Qi Group was actually insignificant. As for the truly big companies in the country, they were all owned by those countries. The private Qi Group was actually not bad. At present, the price of the Qi Group after the merger of the 4 steak restaurants was adjusted as follows. Jiang Hai's original 23% shares became 37%, and he was currently the largest shareholder of the Qi Group. Qi Li's shares were 22.6%, Lu Jia and Qi Ye each accounted for 8.2%, and Qi Li's mother, Jiang Hai's mother-in-law, accounted for 15.3%. Jiang Hai's family alone accounted for 91.3% of the Qi Group's shares. Now, if Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong could really sell for 14 billion yuan, it didn't matter to give them 20%. After all, this was a very fair price. However, after hearing Qi Li's words, Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong's faces were gloomy. Even Qi Jingtao and Qi Liangkai looked at Qi Li in front of them with some surprise. In their opinion, Qi Li was crazy about money. 7 billion. When they left, they only received less than 2 billion yuan. Now, they wanted 7 billion yuan back. Qi Li was not selling shares, she was robbing money. Qi Li, you've really improved. Scamming money, scamming your uncles. Do you still have the face? Do you still know that we are your elders? Do you still know that your surname is Qi? Qi Song was so angry that he laughed. He pointed his trembling finger at Qi Li in front of him and said angrily. He never thought that Qi Li would be so ruthless as to directly ask for 7 billion yuan. Moreover, it was cash. Where would they get the cash? As mentioned before, Qi Yuanlong was a sitting duck. In the past few months, he had been spending like before. It could be said that he had already spent half of the money that Jiang Hai gave him. Now, not to mention 7 billion, he didn't even have 700 million yuan. This time, he came here to act shamelessly. He wanted to use his face to ask for the shares. As for Qi Song, his total family assets were 7 billion yuan. However, because of the huge impact, his cash was basically invested in his own factory to maintain the normal operation of the factory. How could he have 7 billion yuan now? It would be good if he had 70 million yuan in cash that he could use. 7 billion yuan. How could Qi Li say that? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. If you think that I'm overselling, you can find someone to calculate it yourself. I think LVC should know how much the Qi family is worth now. If you have money, take it out now and give me 10% of the shares. If you don't have money and want to stay for the new year, stay obediently. If you don't want to, leave. It's that simple. Seeing that Qi Song was still unwilling to give up, Qi Li said impatiently. Hearing Qi Li's words, Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong's words were blocked. Look, they're quarreling again. They're all relatives. I say, Shaoli, can you? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control again, Qi Li's third aunt, Zhang Yu, couldn't help but appear again and wanted to smooth things over. However, before she finished speaking, Jiang Hai had already stretched out his hand and motioned for her to stop. Third aunt, right? Money in one hand and shares in the other. It's a fair transaction. We're all relatives. Don't say that you owe me or give me face. The reason why Qi Li is willing to sell is because the few of you in front of her are her relatives. According to our original statement, these shares would rather rot than be sold. Hearing Jiang Hai's resolute words, Zhang Yu also smiled brightly and swallowed the rest of her words. For a moment, the situation was really a little awkward. Qi Yuanlong's face showed some regret. He knew that Jiang Hai's words just now meant that he had no fate with the Qi family. If he had known this would happen, why did he seek death in the first place? Why did he want to occupy the Qi family? Wasn't he doing a good job as his third uncle? He could go out and indulge in debauchery all day long, and if something happened, there would be someone to clean up his mess for him. How could he be so obsessed to think that his son, who could not do anything but spoiled everything, could inherit the Qi family? Although he was a man, but now it seemed that his son was not just a little bit worse than Qi Li. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. This time, it was really troublesome. On the other hand, Qi Song's face was livid. Unlike Qi Yuanlong's regret, he had nothing to regret. This was because from the beginning, his goal was to occupy the Qi family. Now that he didn't succeed, there was nothing he could do. Winner takes all. When he couldn't even keep his shares, he had already lost completely. Let's go. Looking at Jiang Hai and Qi Li's tough attitude, Qi Song waved his hand and stood up directly. He walked out with Qi Liangkai. This relatives had come to an end today. Qi Yuanlong glanced at Jiang Hai and his family in front of him and couldn't help but stand up and sigh. Sister-in-law, if I've done anything wrong in the past, I'll apologize in advance. Let's go. After saying this to Qi Li's mother, Qi Yuanlong also left with his family. LVC, do you have any thoughts of returning to the Chi family? However, when they were about to walk out of the door, Chi thought for a moment. Her third uncle was indeed quite hateful, but he was her third uncle after all. Therefore, at the last moment, she was a little soft-hearted. However, she was very unwilling to let Qi Yuanlong or Qi Jingtao, who were ambitious but not talented, return to the Qi family. However, she could consider LVC. Father. After hearing Qi Li's words, LVC, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Qi Yuanlong and her husband, Qi Jingtao. Hearing LVC call him father, Qi Yuanlong also sighed. LVC will go after the new year. After saying this, Qi Yuanlong stepped forward and walked forward. He knew that this was a benefit from Qi Li. Although after LVC went, there would definitely be no filial piety, but if something really happened, LVC would be able to take care of the Qi family. This was considered as Qi Li leaving a back door for their family. Thinking of this, Qi Yuanlong shook his head. He was really embarrassed, and then walked out of the door. Seeing that these uninvited guests had been sent away, Qi Jia and Qia couldn't help but look at each other. In addition to joy in their eyes, there was also a trace of fear. It should be known that in Jiang Hai's family, they were on equal footing with Ai Xiaoxi. There was no difference in strength between the two groups of forces, but if Qi Li, the legal wife, really came, today, they had also seen her methods. They were afraid that when the time came, their status would be lowered. Of course, they were not worried that Qi Li would drive them away. After all, with Jiang Hai's protection, Qi Li would not dare to do so. Moreover, they were sisters. However, with such a big shot above them, their lives would not be easy. It's the new year and something like this happened. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Come, Jiang Hai, sit down. Have you eaten breakfast? I'm here to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. You're getting stronger and stronger. Seeing that the atmosphere was still not very good after the guests left, Qi Li's mother could not help but laugh. She took the initiative to adjust the atmosphere in the room. Mom, I eat beef every day. Naturally, my body is as strong as a cow. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Jiang Hai also laughed and made a muscular gesture. Looking at him, everyone laughed. This was more like the new year. Chapter 936. As the atmosphere at home gradually became lively, Jiang Hai and Qi Li returned to their original state again. They chatted together, watched TV, and so on. However, Jiang Hai, Qi Jia, and Qia were somewhat awkward. Yes, it would be strange if they weren't awkward. Jiang Hai could only laugh at this. Nothing happened for the day. In the evening, the whole family watched TV together and made dumplings with Jing Xiu Yi. They stayed until the end of the year. Although the recent New Year's Gala was getting more and more boring, the New Year's Gala was more like a ceremony. If they were alone, it didn't matter, but if the whole family was together, then they really had to go and watch the New Year's Gala. The programs on TV weren't good, but they were chatting and laughing. It was also quite good. After working until midnight, they went outside to set off a string of firecrackers. Because Jiang Hai's mourning period had passed 3 years this year, and Qi Li's mourning period had also passed 3 years, there was no need to ban the New Year's couplets and firecrackers. Jiang Hai himself wasn't particularly interested in setting off firecrackers. He just wanted to join in the fun. With the sound of the firecrackers, it indicated that the past year had come to an end, and a new year had arrived. In the evening, Jiang Hai naturally went back to the room with Qi Li to sleep. Because it was a little late tonight, there was no extra activity. After washing up, Jiang Hai hugged Qi Li and went to sleep. The next morning, it was the first day of the new year. Chi Li's family didn't have the habit of New Year's greeting, so it was as usual. It was just a very plain day, watching TV, playing on the computer, and surfing the internet. The day passed quickly. However, at night, Jiang Hai was not so honest. After dealing with Chi Li, he went to Chi Jia and Chi Ya's place. After all, they had been separated for a while, and to be honest, it was inexplicably exciting. The next day, on the second day of Chinese New Year, Jiang Hai and Chi Li went back to his villa. The third day of Chinese New Year was supposed to be the time to go back to her parents' house, but Jiang Hai had already said that he would go to Feng Yunshan's house on the third day. So today, Chi Li went back to her mother's house by herself. Actually, Chi Li didn't need to go to her mother's house today. Because she would spend the new year there, it didn't matter whether she went back to her mother's home or not. But after all, there was still some estrangement between her and Jiang Hai's family. When Jiang Hai was here, it was fine. But when Jiang Hai wasn't here, she felt that she was a little redundant. These girls were more or less afraid of her, so she didn't have any intention to do anything. So in the morning, Jiang Hai went to Feng Yunshan's house, and she went back to her mother's house. Of course, in order to appease the Empress, Jiang Hai deliberately sent her home first. After she arrived home, Jiang Hai drove to the nearby supermarket to buy some gifts. He had to admit that the new year wasn't too important in China now. This could be seen from the shops. A long time ago, Jiang Hai remembered that when he was young, about 10 years ago. At that time, he was already in junior high school and had some spare money. His parents didn't take away his money that year. So during the new year, he remembered that it was the 5th day of the new year, and he wanted to go to the bookstore to buy some comic books. But on the 5th day of the new year, Bing City was quiet. He waited for about half an hour before a bus came out. He went to Xinhua bookstore, but it was still closed. He was hungry and wanted to eat something, but no restaurants were open. It was the new year, and he couldn't even have a good meal. Of course, those top-notch restaurants were still open, but he couldn't afford it. In the end, he found a noodle restaurant that was still open. He ate some noodles and went home. Although there was nothing on the streets at that time, the New Year atmosphere was still there. Now that it was the new year, it was really too easy to buy things. Whether it was restaurants, supermarkets, or some private fruit stores, they were all open. This was incomparable to before. Since it was Jiang Hai's first visit, he had to prepare a lot of things. Before he came, he had asked Feng Yunshan what his parents liked. After all, he was married in the past, so he knew the basic 3-piece set. A carton of good cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine. When he went to Chi Li's house, he got this set. But now, he had money, and he changed it to a carton of good cigarettes and 2 cartons of good wine. He didn't buy the best ones. The cigarettes were soft Zhonghua, and the wine were flying Maotai and Wuliangye. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, these things were already very good, in Jiang Hai's eyes, these things were really not good. Not to mention other things, just as red wine alone, even if the lowest price was $800, it was nearly 5,000 renminbi. Ordinary bottles of flying Maotai and Wuliangye didn't have such a price. A bottle of Maotai was about 1,000 renminbi, and Wuliangye was more than 800 renminbi. There were 6 bottles in one bottle. Jiang Hai's 2 bottles of red wine were equivalent to these 2 cartons of wine. In addition to these 3 cartons of things, Jiang Hai also specially brought 2 bottles of his own red wine, some beef, and the best quality abalones that he sent after refrigeration. These abalones were the super best in his manner. Basically, each of them was a 2-headed abalone. They could only be bigger than this, not smaller. Even if they were more than the market caddy, they couldn't withstand Jiang Hai's spirit, right? The quality of things was more important than the quantity, but these things were already quite a lot. Driving Qi Li's BMW, Jiang Hai brought these things to Feng Yunshan's home community. Driving far away, he saw that it was snowing heavily. Feng Yunshan was waiting for Jiang Hai outside the community at this time. Their community was considered a good community among the mid-range in Bingqing. Naturally, the security of the community was also good. It was not so easy for foreign vehicles to enter. They needed to be brought in by people in the community. Seeing Jiang Hai's BMW, although she knew that it was Qi Li's, Feng Yunshan still greeted him with a smile. Looking at Jiang Hai, who stopped the car and walked out, she plunged into Jiang Hai's arms. "Hee, did you miss me?" Looking up at Jiang Hai, Feng Yunshan said with a smile. "Just a little bit." Hearing Feng Yunshan's words, Jiang Hai also gestured, but he only got a pink fist in return. After fooling around for a while, Feng Yunshan took Jiang Hai to the guard. After registering, they drove the car in. Parking the car downstairs of Feng Yunshan's home, Jiang Hai got out of the car and felt that someone was looking at him. But when he looked up, that feeling disappeared. He thought that it might be the residents of this building. Then Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshan began to move the gifts prepared by Jiang Hai out of the car one by one. From time to time, some neighbors passed by and looked at the gifts prepared by Jiang Hai. Some of them secretly clicked their tongues. Indeed, for ordinary people, these gifts were indeed too expensive. But looking at Jiang Hai's BMW, these people were silent. One by one, they were stunned and looked at Jiang Hai. After moving everything, Jiang Hai also locked the car and walked into the corridor with Feng Yunshan. Feng Yunshan's home was bought not long ago. It was about 4 or 5 years ago, so it was an elevator apartment. But although it was an elevator apartment, Feng Yunshan's parents didn't like to live too high up. According to Feng Yunshan, once, her parents went to her aunt's house to play. As a result, her aunt's house lived on the 31st floor. The key was that the elevator was broken. They thought that since they were already here, they would just climb up. After climbing up that time, her parents never mentioned the problem of living on a high floor again. So when she decided to buy a house, her parents chose this 4-story one. According to them, even if the elevator was broken, they didn't have to climb too high, right? Soon, the elevator came to the 4th floor. Jiang Hai also walked out with several large boxes. Feng Yunshan was only responsible for taking the wine, abalone, and beef. The 3 boxes were Jiang Hai's. With Jiang Hai's current strength, the 3 boxes were not heavy, but it would definitely block his vision. He staggered all the way to the door. Just as he knocked on the door was open from the inside. "AI, you're here. It seems that you're here. You brought so many things. You're too polite." When the door opened, a middle-aged woman's face appeared from inside. She looked at Jiang Hai. Her face was about to wrinkle as she said with a smile. "Hello, Auntie. It's my first time here. I don't know what you like, so I just bought some. Some of them are produced at my place." Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Jiang Hai also put down the box and looked at her with a smile. He naturally knew that this was Feng Yunshan's mother because he had seen her at a parent-teacher conference when he was in school. Although he didn't have much of an impression of her, after all, he and Feng Yunshan didn't have much interaction at the beginning. However, he was still familiar with her when they met. Come in, come in." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshan's mother also smiled and let Jiang Hai in. Of course, before Jiang Hai came in, he also moved everything in. Then Feng Yunshan led Jiang Hai to the living room. At this time, in the living room, a man with a slightly dark face was sitting there watching TV. When he saw Jiang Hai coming over, he also stood up and forced a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. "This is my dad. You should have seen him. Feng Yunshin was obviously very satisfied that this man could squeeze out a smile on his face. After saying this to Jiang Hai with a smile, she took Jiang Hai's arm and took him to sit on the sofa next to him. Little Jiang, TSK, I saw you at that time. You were not a good student at that time. I often heard that your class teacher criticized you at the parent-teacher conference, but who would have thought that it would be like this? The troublemaker from the beginning is now promising. Sitting on the sofa, looking at Jiang Hai, Feng Yunshin's father couldn't help but say with some emotion. Chapter 937. Ugh, that was because I wasn't sensible at the beginning. Now, I guess I still can't learn, Hearing Feng Yunshin's father's words, Jiang Hai touched his nose awkwardly and said with a smile. Everyone has their own ambitions. If you learned well at the beginning, you wouldn't be who you are today. Hearing Jiang Hai's words that were not hypocritical, Feng Yunshin's father also said with a smile. In fact, he was basically satisfied with Jiang Hai. He was tall. Although he wasn't very handsome, he wasn't bad either. He was just an ordinary person. His family was quite rich. If Feng Yunshin could really marry such a person, it would be really good. But unfortunately, he was already married, and the other party was the boss of a large group. He couldn't get a divorce. It was a pity. Before Jiang Hai came, Feng Yunshin more or less told her parents that she could talk about Jiang Hai's situation. Of course, she didn't say everything. What she said was relatively good. For example, Jiang Hai's current family background, how much he could earn in a year, his influence in the United States, and of course, more importantly, his relationship with Qi Li. How hard Jiang Hai was at the beginning. He was with Qi Li gave him money, but she didn't treat him as her man. She went to the company on the second day of marriage and so on. But after all, Qi Li was kind to Jiang Hai, so Jiang Hai couldn't get a divorce. Of course, this was the situation a long time ago. Now, how many people were in Jiang Hai's family? Feng Yunshin deliberately avoided it. It was better not to talk about this thing. So although she was a mistress, Feng Yunshin's parents' opposition was much lower than at the beginning. Now, it seemed that Jiang Hai was also a successful person, and he was not bad. He could also be entrusted. Looking at his appearance, Feng Yunshin wouldn't be bullied by him. This was the most important thing, so her father, who had always been at odds with Feng Yunshin, was also kind to Jiang Hai. Come, clean up and get ready to eat. While Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshin's father were chatting, Feng Yunshin's mother had almost finished cooking. People in the Northeast paid attention to a good New Year, so they basically cooked 6, 8, 10, 12 dishes. Even if there were only one person in the family, there would be 6 dishes. This had nothing to do with wastage. This was a habit of Bing City's people. Today, Feng Yunshin's mother also had such extravagance. Although there were only 4 people, they cooked 8 dishes. Braised carp meant that there would be more every year. Braised pig trotters meant that there would be a lot of money. There were also many home-cooked cold dishes, stewed pork ribs, fried chicken wings, braised pork knuckles, stir-fried cauliflower, stir-fried zucchini. These 8 dishes filled the table. After Jiang Hai and the rest sat down, they were a little polite and started to eat. It seemed that there were a lot of people, but fortunately, this bathtub was big enough. It wasn't difficult to arrange these people. After Qi Li queued for a while, it was their turn. After Qi Li went to buy the tickets, they went into the female bathroom. After changing their clothes, the 3 slender figures naturally attracted the attention of many women. It had to be admitted that the current figures of these 3 girls were really explosive. It wasn't only men who couldn't stand it. Of course, the only man who had seen it was Jiang Hai. The women who had seen them were also envious. jealous, and hateful. But in the face of such gazes, the three of them seemed very calm. After changing their clothes, the three of them went to wash their hair first. Then, they went to sit in the main hot spring of the bathtub. Soaking in the hot spring was really comfortable. As soon as they sat down, the warm water filled their breasts. It was really good. Those who had not soaked in the hot spring before were strongly recommended to give it a try. After sitting down, Chi Li and the others also slowly washed themselves. Let me tell you, this hot spring is actually not good. There is a natural hot spring in your brother-in-law's manor. It is more comfortable to bathe there. While getting water on her body, Chi Li said to Chi Jia and Chi Ya. Hearing her words, Chi Jia and Chi Ya looked at each other and said nothing. They naturally knew that there was a natural hot spring in Jiang Hai's manor. They had bathed in it much more than Chi Li, but they couldn't say it now. And what's wrong? Maybe feeling that the atmosphere was not right, Chi Li looked at Chi Jia and Chi Ya and asked with some doubts. Oh, nothing, I'm just curious. Didn't they say that hot springs are only found in volcanoes? Why is there a hot spring in brother-in-law's house? Hearing Chi Li's words, Chi Jia took the initiative to change the topic. Who knows this? I'm not a geologist. When I have time, I will take you to play. Your brother-in-law's house is still very beautiful. Chi Li spread out her hands. How would she know where Jiang Hai's hot spring came from? She only knew that it was very comfortable to bathe in it, and that was enough. You don't know, Jiang Hai's house has a lot of fun. The beef I gave you is from Jiang Hai's house, and there is also seafood. His house is also next to the sea, it is very beautiful. Since she couldn't explain it, Chi Li didn't explain and changed the topic to her two sisters excitedly. Listening to Chi Li's words, Chi Jia and Chi Ya looked at each other. They had no other choice but to smile awkwardly. Listening to Chi Li bragging about their common husband, they couldn't say anything. Ahem, sister, don't brag about your husband. We know that brother-in-law is very good, but he is not our cup of tea. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Chi Jia said to Chi Li. Hearing that her sister who had always been at odds with her admitted that her husband was good, Chi Li was very happy, and the smile on her face became brighter. After all, he is my husband, your brother-in-law. By the way, do Xiao Jia and Xiao Ye have boyfriends? Do you have any ideas? Looking at the appearance of her two sisters, Chi Li asked with a smile, but after she finished speaking, Chi Jia and Chi Ya were stunned for a moment. My illness may relapse, I don't want to drag others down. After thinking for a while, Chi Ya opened her mouth and said first. Yes, Xiao Ye's illness is not cured yet, I still have to take care of her. Hearing Chi Ya's words, Chi Jia also thought for a while and said. Oh, my poor sister, don't worry, your illness will definitely be cured. Hearing the two say this, Chi Li couldn't help but bite her lip, she forgot that her sister's condition is not very good. However, she is still quite confident. After all, she couldn't even be exposed to the sun in the past. Now that her illness has been cured, maybe she will be cured in the future. Hearing Chi Li's words, the two couldn't help but laugh and muddle through it. Shall we eat here or go out to eat? It's rare that all three of us sisters are here, let's have fun today. Skipping this slightly heavy topic, Chi Li asked her two sisters with a smile. Let's eat here, I don't know what to eat outside. Hearing that Chi Li finally stopped talking about this topic, Chi Jia and Chi Ya also smiled. As long as these things are not mentioned, they are quite natural. After that, they didn't soak for too long. After soaking for about 10 minutes, they got up and went to take a bath. Then, they went to steam themselves. After eating and playing, they prepared to go back. However, when they were putting on their clothes, Chi noticed one of Chiya's anklets. She picked it up and looked at it. Then, she looked at it with a strange expression. Chapter 938. Cough, sister, what's wrong with you? Looking at the dazed Chi holding her anklet, Chiya's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Then she walked over with a little uneasiness and looked at Chi and asked. Oh, nothing, when did you buy this anklet? It looks pretty good. Hearing Chiya's words, Chi smiled and said to her. Hearing Chi's words, Chiya was stunned. This anklet was given to her by Jiang Hai. Is there a problem? But now, even if she really felt that there was a problem, she had to bite the bullet and pretend that there was no problem. Oh, I bought it when Chi and I went to Europe a while ago. It seems to be in France. According to the place of origin of this thing in her memory, Luya whispered. Since she couldn't blame Jiang Hai, she could only blame Chi Jia. When did you go to Europe? Why haven't I heard of it? Looking at Chi Li's eyes flashed and asked. Ugh, this. Hearing Chi Li's interrogation, Chiya was a little flustered. After all, she was not good at lying. It was a summit in my laboratory. I just went for a few days. Anyway, little Ye has nothing to do, so I took her with me. Is there a problem? But fortunately, at this moment, Chi Jia walked over while wiping her hair and said, Don't worry. Hearing Chi Jia's words, Chi Li nodded, then put the anklet in Chiya's hand. Such a precious thing, you have to keep it well. If you lose it, it will be troublesome. Looking at Chiya, Chi Li said with a smile, then put the anklet in Chiya's hand, then she put on her clothes. As for Chiya, she also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, then carefully looked at Chi Jia, but Chi Jia stopped her, indicating that she should not act rashly. Then she walked over and put on her clothes. Compared to when they came and took a shower just now, the atmosphere between the three sisters was a bit solemn when they went back. Chi Li, who was originally in a state of showing off, didn't speak at this time. Chi Jia and Chiya also didn't say anything. The car soon arrived at the Chi family's villa. Chi Jia and Chiya immediately left. After the two of them entered the house, Chi Li didn't go in, but directly drove back to Jiang Hai's villa. When she came back, the girls in the villa had just finished eating at this time and were tidying up. Delina, Marian, let me see your anklets. Seeing Chi Li come back with a bad expression, everyone in the house temporarily closed their mouths and looked at her carefully. Oh. Hearing Chi Li's order, Delina and Marian didn't know what happened, so they just took off the anklets and handed them to Chi Li. Chi Li took the two anklets and looked at them carefully, but the more she looked, the worse her expression became. Then she returned the anklets to Delina and Marian and returned to her room. At this time, Jiang Hai was almost done eating in Feng Yunshan's house. After all, because he doesn't drink, it was quite fast to eat. Not long after, Jiang Hai had almost finished eating. Seeing that it was a little late, Jiang Hai said goodbye, and Feng Yunshan also sent him downstairs. How was my performance today? Looking at Feng Yunshan, Jiang Hai asked her with a smile. Quite good. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshan also said with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Hai's performance today was really good in her eyes, and she can see from the eyes of her parents that they are very satisfied with Jiang Hai. Then take advantage of this period of time to accompany them more. They don't have it easy. After a while, I should be leaving. I still have something to do with the CIA. Do you want to go back to Winthrop or stay here? After eating today's meal, Jiang Hai's several tasks in his return to China were almost completed. There are only 3 months to go to Antarctica. He must go before February, and there is still some time to find the place in Antarctica. It must be known that in Antarctica, transportation is not so convenient. Therefore, it is inevitable to leave early. He is going to return to Winthrop after the 5th day of the lunar month. After that, he will meet with the CIA and go directly to Antarctica. I'll go with you. My parents are still quite healthy now, so I don't have to worry about them. If anything happens, I will take them over. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunqin said with a smile. She did not tell Jiang Hai about her situation at home. Although Jiang Hai came over today and she was not the only one who had to bear the pressure, she could not stay at home for too long. After all, she has been used to loneliness over the years. Now that she has Jiang Hai, she will not easily leave Jiang Hai behind. This is already her habit. Okay, then I will come and pick you up. Gently stroking Feng Yunqin's hair, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Then, after the two said good night to each other, Jiang Hai got into the car, warmed up the car for a while, and drove away. Standing on the balcony of their house, watching Jiang Hai drive away, the expressions on Feng Yunqin's parents' faces were a little different. Feng Yunqin's mother was 70% surprised and 30% lonely. She was surprised because she also felt that Jiang Hai was not bad. Because they were junior high school classmates, she knew him well. Moreover, he was not too arrogant. He spoke and did things well. He was an average person, not outstanding, not too boring. He was indeed a good person, worthy of her daughter's lifelong commitment. 30% lonely because Jiang Hai was already married after all. People were greedy. Looking at Jiang Hai like this, she also thought that if her daughter had been with him earlier, would there have been a different result? On the other hand, Feng Yunqin's father was 3 parts gratified, 3 parts lonely, and 4 parts helpless. The gratification was the same as his wife's surprise. He felt that Jiang Hai was a good person. At least, he would not treat his daughter badly. 30% lonely was the same. He felt that his daughter's life was really not good. And 40% helpless was also because he was powerless about the relationship between his daughter and Jiang Hai. Although he was the head of the family in name, he knew that he could not control his daughter and Jiang Hai. This was really a little helpless. When Jiang Hai's car drove away, Feng Yunqin also came back. However, the smile on her face disappeared after entering the house. She walked indifferently to her room, and Feng Yunqin's father did not call her. Feng Yunqin's mother looked at her daughter and her old man. She could not help but sigh, and then walked into the room. Jiang Hai didn't know how Feng Yunqin and her mother chatted tonight, but when he drove back, his sixth sense told him that something was going to happen, probably, because his heart had been throbbing a little. He drove all the way back, and nothing happened. After parking the car, Jiang Hai also returned to his villa. However, as soon as he came in, Azalina and the others walked towards Jiang Hai. Their expressions were not quite right. What's wrong? Looking at their appearance, Jiang Hai asked cautiously. He really did not know what was going on. Qili just came back. Looking at her expression, cough, good luck. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina whispered. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai was even more confused. What the hell is this? It may be related to the anklet. That's all I know. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, Azalina shrugged and said to him, then went to the living room and watched a TV series there. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai smacked his lips. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai stepped into his room on the 2nd floor. When he walked into the room, he saw that Qili was sitting on the bed, looking at the sky outside with a dull face. Although it was dark, she looked motionless. Cough, what's wrong? Why don't you go down and watch TV? Walking behind Qili, Jiang Hai slowly hugged her from behind and asked her in a low voice. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li did not struggle or move. What's going on between you and my sister? However, although Qi Li did not move, she spoke directly. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's body couldn't help but tremble. He felt that Qi Li should know something. Cough, this. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was at a loss. I know you won't lie. If you have something to say, just say it. Let me give you a hint. Chia's anklet is the same as Delina's and Marian's, and the words engraved on it are also the same. After JH is the abbreviation of their names. If I'm not wrong, JH should be the abbreviation of your name, Jiang Hai. Without looking at Jiang Hai, Qi Li slowly explained her inference. Listening to her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He could only say that Qi Li was indeed worthy of her reputation. She could find evidence with just a few clues. And this matter was really difficult to explain. Hey, this matter is just like a TV drama. It's really strange. Glancing at Qi Li, Jiang Hai helplessly let go of her and then sat behind her. His relationship with Qi Jia and Qia was really strange. Sure enough, it's you bastard. Well, I'll give you a chance. Speak slowly. Hearing Jiang Hai admit it, Qi Li turned her head and punched Jiang Hai's arm. Then she sat there angrily, waiting for Jiang Hai's explanation. Seeing that she was at least willing to listen to his explanation, Jiang Hai also smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at the sky outside and slowly spoke. I met Qi Jia and Qia very early. It should be nearly 3 years. At that time, they were still called Penny and Little Ya. Looking at the sky outside, Jiang Hai also sat there and recalled with Qi Li. Chapter 939. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Hai, who was sleeping in a daze, felt something strange early in the morning. After opening his eyes in a daze, he found that Qi Li, who was supposed to be sleeping next to him, was doing something hard. Feeling Jiang Hai's gaze when he woke up, Qi Li stood up directly and then straddled Jiang Hai's body. With a low moan, some indescribable things also entered the most indescribable environment. Hey, it can't be, didn't we fight for almost the whole night last night? Looking at Qi Li in front of him, Jiang Hai said with some helplessness. I don't care, you bad guy, pervert, hateful bastard, you even took in my 2 sisters. My status is getting more and more unstable. I want to do as much as possible before you leave. If I wasn't the first to give birth to a child, my status with you would be getting lower and lower. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li moved while patting Jiang Hai's chest and said with a face full of anger. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but stroke his forehead speechlessly. Last night, he and Qi Li talked about Qi Jia and Qia. Qi Li also knew some of Jiang Hai's secrets for the first time. Of course, he didn't tell her the secret of the Dragon Balls, but he told her the secret of him being able to cure diseases. At the beginning, he and Qi Jia met mainly because of Aphrodite and the others. After Qi Jia learned about Aphrodite and the other situation, she threatened Jiang Hai to help her treat her sisters. It wasn't Qia, but Jiang Hai didn't know the identity of Qi Jia and Qia at that time. Later, feelings grew over time, and the relationship between the 3 became a mess. After being counterattacked, Jiang Hai also recognized their existence, but when he went home for the New Year last year, he found out that these 2 were actually his sisters-in-law. Regarding Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li still believed it. She had to say that her 2 younger sisters were really willing to go all out. They knew that these were their sisters, yet they said that they would seduce them just like that. Because Jiang Hai didn't know about their existence, and it was also before she confessed, Qi Li really couldn't say anything. What? Leave Jiang Hai. If she wanted to leave, then she would have left long ago. Why would she wait until now? Now that Jiang Hai had made things clear, there was definitely anger and hatred, but there was also a trace of inexplicable self-blame. If she had thought things through earlier, then they might not have had anything to do with it. So after explaining, Qi Li pushed Jiang Hai. She pushed Jiang Hai 3 times. It was needless to say how strong Jiang Hai's physical fitness was. He had already done it 3 times, and Qi Li didn't know how many times. In the end, she completed it with her consciousness, and then fell asleep. In the end, she didn't sleep for long before she woke up again. It seemed that her idea of giving birth to Jiang Hai's baby was becoming more and more firm. In the past, she could be considered to be at ease. If it came, she would come. If it didn't, she would wait. Now, she was a little impatient. In her world, the company was very important, and Jiang Hai was also very important. She didn't want to give up either of them, so naturally, she had to find a way to balance it. Just like in ancient times, a mother was valued by her son. This was the reality. Your body won't be able to stand it. Stroking Qi Li's slender waist, Jiang Hai said to her somewhat helplessly. I know my body. Even if it really can't stand it, don't you know how to cure diseases? When the time comes, you can cure me. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also leaned down and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also sighed helplessly. Sometimes she was so stubborn. The stubborn Jiang Hai also had no way, the only way was, don't blame me for making you unable to get out of bed. Looking at Qi Li, Jiang Hai turned over and pressed her under his body again. I couldn't ask for more. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also smiled and said with a serious face. Sometimes, the war started so inexplicably. During the whole day of the 4th day of the new year, Jiang Hai almost didn't go out of the house. He only came out for lunch at noon. After resting for about 2 hours, he was pulled into the room by Qi Li. Once such a woman made up her mind, it was really quite deceptive. At least, Jiang Hai felt that his 8 times physical fitness was somewhat unable to withstand it. A silent night, the life of the 5th day of the new year was almost the same. Early in the morning, Jiang Hai went to set off a string of firecrackers. This was the 5th day of the new year. The customs of the new year were different from place to place, and the customs were also different. In some places, the new year was not considered over until the 15th day. In fact, Jiang Hai also had such a saying when he was very young. After the 15th day, the new year was considered over. In some of the rural areas where they were, it was often on the 16th or 17th day of the new year that some vendors and the like would set up their stalls. However, the pace of life nowadays was so fast that there were very few people who didn't go to work on the 15th day of the new year. Basically, after the 5th day of the new year, which was the so-called 5th day of the new year, people would go to work on the 6th and 7th day of the new year. Jiang Hai was also like this in the past. Therefore, after setting off the firecrackers on the 5th day of the new year was considered over. Jiang Hai prepared to take a plane to the imperial capital tomorrow and then return to Winthrop the day after tomorrow. He would then call the CIA to confirm that his personnel were going to the South Pole. This matter had been delayed for so long, Jiang Hai had to go and take a look at it no matter what. After knowing that Jiang Hai would be leaving tomorrow, Qi Li did not pester Jiang Hai. Instead, she accompanied Jiang Hai to go shopping. They went to buy Bing City's local specialties. Red sausages, dried sausages, barbecued pork, etc. Jiang Hai would buy these things every time he came back. This was also one of his hobbies. After all, Winthrop did not have such flavors. On the evening of the 5th, Feng Yunchen returned. Qi Jia and Qi Yit did not want Qi Li to know about their relationship with Jiang Hai. That was why they decided to leave later. But they did not know that Qi already knew about it. Ai Xiaoxi had also sent a letter. She would take the train to the imperial capital tomorrow and meet up with Jiang Hai and the rest. They would take the plane the day after tomorrow. As for Qi, she was going to stay at home for a while. She still had to go back and teach Qi Jia and Qi Ye a lesson. These two actually dared to seduce their brother-in-law behind her back. In her opinion, they should be punished. Time passed quickly. Of course, on the evening of the 5th day of the new year, Jiang Hai also belonged to Qi. No one had any objections to this. After all, it was very rare for Qi and Jiang Hai to meet. Of course, in the evening, Qi also gave Jiang Hai a day off and asked him to comfort Du Ning. This time, it was Du Ning who accompanied Qi. The next morning, in addition to Qi, Du Ning, and Qi Jia and Qi Ye who stayed at home, Jiang Hai took a group of girls to the airport in the minibus he rented. When they arrived at the airport, there was nothing much to say. They changed their boarding passes and took the VIP channel. Even if it was just Bing City flying to the imperial capital, Jiang Hai still took the first-class cabin. After arriving at the imperial capital, they found a good hotel to stay in. In the afternoon, Ai Xiaoxi came. This time, not only did she come alone, but she also brought the crab sauce made by her mother for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai could only laugh at this. But this was also a good start, wasn't it? At least, the mothers of these girls seemed to like him very much. When Jiang Hai was preparing to return to Winthrop tomorrow, Qi also returned to her home. Of course, she came with a mission. Qi Jia and Qi Ye were directly tortured by her. They also knew that their plan had been exposed. While they secretly scolded Jiang Hai for not keeping his mouth shut, they could only sign a lot of humiliating contracts. Naturally, it was not a problem to cede territory and pay compensation. Originally, Qi Jia had always been dissatisfied with Qi because they were only half-blood related. But now, she had to succumb to Qi abuse of power. At least before she got pregnant with Qi, she had no ability to resist Qi. In this regard, Qi Ye was originally afraid of this big sister, and now, she was even more afraid. She could actually guess that they were related to Jiang Hai just because of an anklet. This big sister was really terrifying. However, although the three sisters made a big fuss, they did not alarm the old lady. For them, it was not that Jiang Hai could not be divided equally, but they were more restrained by their identities as sisters. Now that there was a leader, things were not so troublesome. Jiang Hai did not know how Qi would deal with her two sisters. He only knew that after sleeping in the capital, he got on a plane the next day and returned to the United States. As usual, he first went to New York, then returned to Winthrop. After more than 10 hours of flight, the plane also landed at the New York airport. As soon as Jiang Hai landed, the CIB called. They knew Jiang Hai's surveillance like the back of their hand. Jiang Hai did not care about this. If they wanted to monitor him, they could monitor him. He did not care about letting these people know where he went. Because sometimes, it was safer to let them know than not. Just like in the ancient Xia, the emperor often liked to give some ministers servants or beauties. Did you really think that those people were just servants and women? They also carried heavy responsibilities. And these ministers would be very happy to have such a person in their house, because this would let the emperor feel at ease and know that they had no intention of rebelling. Everyone had shortcomings, greed, lust, and desire for power. These shortcomings could be tolerated by those in power, but he had to know what these threats were for. Although Jiang Hai was not a minister, letting these people in the United States know what he was doing was also a reassuring move. Of course, they could only monitor him. If they dared to cross the line, then Jiang Hai was not to be trifled with. Chapter 940. Mr. Jiang, hello, do you still remember me? The phone was picked up, and a familiar voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Last time, this person spoke in English, but this time, he spoke in Chinese, although there was a strong smell of plastic. Louis Cazada, if I remember correctly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai said indifferently. Hearing that Jiang Hai still remembered him, Louis Cazada also smiled. Mr. Jiang, I learned Chinese especially for you. How are you? Are you having fun in Huaxia? After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Cazada also smiled and said, but these guys really know how to be familiar with each other. They talk like old friends, but fortunately, Jiang Hai also knows that this guy is not a good person. It's okay, I don't know why Mr. Cazada is calling me this time. So Jiang Hai answered him indifferently. Hearing that Jiang Hai did not fall for his trick, Louis Cazada did not feel embarrassed. As an employee like him, it is not the first time that he has been slapped in the face by his target. His skin is extremely thick. Hearing that Jiang Hai did not give him any face, he did not care and continued to ask Jiang Hai, well, we recently agreed to go to Antarctica. Do you still want to go? Of course, but I just came back today, so I haven't decided where to go yet. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also said seriously. In March, after the flowers bloomed in the warm spring, Jiang Hai will start to get busy. Although Jiang Hai started to buy seaweed seeds and fish fry after he started selling fish last year, the quantity was not too large. In March, Jiang Hai will buy the largest quantity of fish. Unlike the average American, Americans didn't like to raise fish because it would increase the cost of doing so. Therefore, more than 70% of the American seafood is naturally raised and then caught by long-distance fishing boats. In their view, whether it is the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, it is their backyard. If they want to fish, they can fish. Over the years, fishing resources have gradually decreased, but they do not care. Instead, they continue to increase the number of fishing boats. But Jiang Hai is different. He comes from Huaxia, and Huaxia has been raising fish fry for a long time. It is almost the opposite of the United States. 70% of the fish in Huaxia is raised. There is no other way, there are too many people in Huaxia. So Jiang Hai also has the habit of raising fish. Only he knows how much he sold his fish last year. This year, Jiang Hai is going to raise some better fish. Originally, Jiang Hai's fish was not for ordinary people to eat. American red fish sells for $40 per kilogram, which is almost $20 per pound. This price is already more expensive than the retail salmon. The retail price of salmon raised in the United States is about $8.99 per pound. The wild ones are $14.99 per pound, and the skinned ones are $7.99 per pound. The small tuna is $13.99 per pound, and the live American red fish can only be sold for $8.99 per pound. Jiang Hai sells them for nearly 3 times the price, which is indeed a bit of a scam. So this year, in order to occupy more high-end markets, Jiang Hai and Edward Anderson have studied together. This year, they can raise white pomfret and small tuna. No matter how small the tuna is, it is still more valuable than cod and red fish. This is a matter of bloodline. Originally, tuna could not be farmed, because there is no way to raise this kind of fish in net cages. It runs around all year round, but with the increase of Jiang Hai's spiritual energy, he has a way to make these fish live in his fish farm. They will not leave even in winter, just like the tuna he brought in. At present, the population of tuna in Jiang Hai's manor is quite considerable. Although Jiang Hai did not count carefully, Edward Anderson once counted. There are about 1,200 bluefin tuna in Jiang Hai's manor. Jiang Hai knew that there were not so many bluefin tuna in the beginning. After he expanded his fish farm, many of them swam over from Cape Cod. What Edward Anderson did not know was that many of these fish have already laid eggs. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, he will have at least 30,000 bluefin tuna next year. Of course, this is not the number of mature fish. Even if Jiang Hai's spiritual energy is very powerful, it can only increase the speed of growth. At most, it can only make these fish grow faster. It can't make them grow as fast as they used to in 20 years. However, it is estimated that when they grow to 20 years, it will take about 4 or 5 years. In addition, Jiang Hai's manor had a lot of yellowfin, long-finned, big-eyed, and masu tunas. There were more than 10,000 yellowfin tunas, among which there were more than 3,000 adult tunas, and more than 30,000 long-fin tunas, masu tunas, and big-eyed tunas. It was precisely because of these tunas that they didn't leave Jiang Hai's fishing grounds during winter. That's why Edward Anderson dared to propose to breed tuna. Otherwise, he would not dare to mention this. Jiang Hai's fish farm does not have a purse seine. If tuna are bred, these fish will run away and they will have no place to catch them. Of course, at first, they will only breed small tuna. They are not prepared to breed bluefin, yellowfin, masu, big-eye, long-fin, etc. Instead, they will breed a small tuna first, that is, bonito. In addition, Jiang Hai is also preparing to breed white pomfrets next year. White pomfrets are actually found in China, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean. They are divided into freshwater white pomfrets and saltwater white pomfrets. Jiang Hai is raising saltwater white pomfrets. This kind of fish, whether domestically or abroad, is actually not cheap. In the United States, a frozen white pomfret sells for $13.99 US. According to Jiang Hai's black-hearted mentality, it is normal for this fish to sell for $50 US per kilogram. As for bonito, he and Edward Anderson set the price at $80 US per kilogram. Breeding more valuable fish and taking a more high-end route is Jiang Hai's intention. Since you are still planning to go, then in the next few days, you may have to think about it. Do you want to go with us, or do you want to go by yourself, and we will meet at the border? Hearing Jiang Hai say that he will definitely go, Louis Quezada also said seriously. Let me hear what you have in mind first. Hearing Louis Quezada's words, Jiang Hai also asked him. We currently have 2 ways to go to the South Pole. One is Tierra del Fuego in Argentina, and the other is Cape Horn in Chile. Of course, if you want to take a boat directly from Mexico, you can also go there. It mainly depends on your schedule. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Quezada also smiled and said. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai looked at Azalina. He is not too involved in these things. These things are mainly for Azalina to study. Tierra del Fuego. Seeing Jiang Hai looking at her, Azalina also nodded and said seriously. In fact, if they want to do their own research, they will also have to go through Tierra del Fuego, mainly because the political situation in Argentina is more stable, and the relationship between Argentina and the United States is better. The South American countries have always been the backyard of the United States. In South America, Cuba was the only country that was not on good terms with the United States. This country was also a nationalistic country, similar to Soviet Russia and China. However, due to the division between Soviet Russia and China, some countries in South America started to have other ideas. Among them, Brazil's biggest importer was China, but they were more inclined towards the Western world. However, the Western world did not only refer to the United States. Other than that, there were some countries that were more or less ambiguous. They had made it clear that they were the underlings of the United States. There were only 2 countries in South America, Puerto Rico and Argentina. Compared to going to Chile, Tierra del Fuego in Argentina is naturally more worthy of Jiang Hai and the others with U.S. visas. Tierra del Fuego. Hearing Azzolina's words, Jiang Hai also said to Luis Quezada. Okay, I will arrange a ship in Tierra del Fuego. If you need anything, you can find me at any time. Hearing that Jiang Hai has confirmed the route, Luis Quezada also smiled and hung up the phone. The next step is to study the itinerary. Since we have confirmed Tierra del Fuego, we also have to study how to get there, and who will be going. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai looked at Azzolina and asked her. He must go this time, but who will be going? This needs to be considered. This time, Qi Jia will definitely not go. After all, the U.S. military will be among the people who will go. And it is impossible for his home to be unguarded. Plus, there will be people to protect Jingjin, so the number of people may be somewhat insufficient. This time, Rallis Carter will stay behind to protect Jingjin. Beliak, Valentina, and Ale Sarah will be guarding the house. You, me, Wallace Shelley, Galina Vasilkaya, Belle Luster, and Knerson Peters will go together. Oh, yes, Little Huang and Xiao Bai will also go. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azzolina explained the list they had prepared. Since Jiang Hai confirmed that he will go to Antarctica, Azzolina and the others have been studying who will go and who will stay at home. Because there will be people from the CIB this time, they have to be careful, so the people who will go are all experts. In addition, this time they are going to Antarctica, unlike the last time when they were just going to find a cave, so they need someone to carry their things, luggage and logistics. They can't rely on the CIB people. Therefore, Knerson Peters, Jiang Hai's bodyguard in name, also played a role. As for Belle Luster, it is inevitable that there will be a sniper in this team. Listening to Azzolina's arrangement, Jiang Hai also nodded. Everyone has their own specialties. Jiang Hai does not understand these things very well, so he will let someone who does. Chapter 941. Boss, you're back. After leaving New York's airport, Jiang Hai came to the parking lot. At this time, Edouard Anderson and Robbins Garcia were waiting there. They naturally came to pick up Jiang Hai and the others. Because Jiang Hai and the others came back with more people, they specially rented a minibus. Jiang Hai was also thinking about whether to buy a luxury bus in the manor in the future. After all, there were more and more people in his manor. Thank you for your hard work. Did anything happen recently? Jiang Hai came over and patted the two on the shoulder and asked them with a smile. It's only been a few days. What can happen? We are all veterans. We are very familiar with these things. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia and Edouard Anderson also laughed and said, We'll talk about it when we get back. I may not stay long this time and will leave again. This time, I will be gone for almost a month. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai said as he walked to the car. Hearing that Jiang Hai was going to leave, although they didn't know what Jiang Hai was going to do, they still had to report. The car slowly moved in the direction of Jiang Hai's manor in Winthrop. Jiang Hai was also in the car, listening to Robbins Garcia and Edouard Anderson's introduction. In fact, at the beginning of January, Jiang Hai left the manor and went to Washington for a meeting. So basically, after the Christmas holiday, Jiang Hai's men began to work on their own. Because it was still in a world of ice and snow, Jiang Hai's manor could do very little. At the vineyard, all they had to do was to clear the snow. The same went for the vegetable fields. The work of the cows was the same every day. They had to be let out for a run every day. Even in winter, the cows couldn't have too much fat on their bodies. Of course, they couldn't have too much muscle either. That wouldn't work either. Everyone knew that good beef had to have marbling patterns, and the so-called pattern was the fat. The other places were the lean meat of the beef, which represented the muscle. Therefore, when raising cattle, especially good cattle, completely lean meat was not enough, and it was also not enough to let the cattle have fatty meat. It must have a certain proportion of fatty meat, and then let the lean meat wrap around the fatty meat. Only then could the beef be sold at a high price. Of course, there were some places, such as tendons and sirloin, where there was only lean meat and fat, and there was no way. It was like training the brain into muscle. It was unscientific, and no one could do anything about it. Robbins Garcia and the others were considered old cowboys, so they were very good at this. With Jiang Hai's high annual salary, they naturally wouldn't waste their time. They would let the cattle out every day and let them run for a period of time. Because in winter, the cattle couldn't eat grass and exercise at the same time, so the exercise time must be controlled well. As for Edward Anderson, he still sailed out to fish. Jiang Hai and the others didn't use the car to transport the fresh fish they caught every day to Boston. Instead, Jiang Hai directly bought a spot at Boston's dock. Yes, bought, not rented. Jiang Hai was so rich and overbearing. Every evening, everyone would go out to sea. After a night of fishing, the next morning, the fish would be delivered to the dock. Naturally, there would be people from PRA Walton, as well as the purchasing staff from the high-end Western restaurant that Jiang Hai had signed a contract with. They would purchase the fish according to the amount they had originally signed. It had to be admitted that in the beginning, when Jiang Hai's fish were caught, although many people saw it, not many bought it. But now, just like beef, it was completely in short supply. Almost all high-end Western restaurants required Jiang Hai's seafood. Now, high-end Western restaurants in Boston, New York, and other northeastern corners would have a special menu, just like the one Jiang Hai ate in Washington. The seafood from the mysterious Sea of Winthrop was nothing to say. It tasted good. It was so easy to completely crush with strength. Just like in the farming novels that Jiang Hai read before, a cabbage was delicious. No matter how much it was sold, people would buy it. Of course, Jiang Hai wasn't that magical. But his seafood was delicious. No matter what kind of seafood it was, the meat was quite chewy, which meant that there was enough exercise. Generally, the meat of farmed fish was very loose, but Jiang Hai's fish was the same as wild fish. Moreover, it had the special sweetness of sea fish, and this sweetness was particularly strong. The taste was quite good. There were also some busybodies who suspected that Jiang Hai's fish tasted so good because of something added in it. After the results came out, these people were dumbfounded. Not only did Jiang Hai's fish have no problems, but the content of elements that were beneficial to the human body was also far more than other sea fish. Of course, in the eyes of some people, even if there was no problem, it was still a problem, but more people could accept it. People can't make everyone like them. Jiang Hai was also such a person. Therefore, he never tried to please anyone. No matter what people said, he would still sell it. If you have the guts, then don't buy it. That's how he did it. Of course, in addition to the fish and beef, Jiang Hai's sheep, pigs, and the like settled down in Jiang Hai's manner with these animals. Whether it was eating or drinking, these creatures had undergone some changes due to the abundance of spiritual energy. At least in terms of meat quality, it was much better than when they first arrived. Jiang Hai's German donkey, Nanjing yellow chicken, Jiangxiang pig, Ujimkin sheep, etc. The current taste can be said to be quite overbearing. Not to mention in the United States, even in China, you can't eat such delicious food. Jiang Hai was most willing to eat donkey meat. After sauce, it was sliced and eaten, the taste was really good. Mutton was basically eaten in the pot. Chicken and pigs were not important. there were many things that could be cooked. Boss, do you still remember the fry you brought from Huaxiao? After briefly introducing the situation in the manner and confirming that there were no problems, Edward Anderson suddenly changed the topic and asked Jiang Hai. Of course I remember. Hearing Edward Anderson's words, Jiang Hai's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He remembered that there were two kinds of fish that he brought back from the country, the long-jawed fish, which was the so-called Yangtze River swordfish, and the large yellow croaker, which was the so-called large yellow flower. Although the introduced fish were all farmed, Jiang Hai believed that it wouldn't be a problem to sell them as wild fish. Moreover, these things, Jiang Hai didn't sell them wholesale. He directly picked them up, frozen them, or chilled them, and directly transported them to his restaurant in the imperial capital to be sold. The price, however much he wanted, was how much. It was that simple. There was also a kind of Chinese bahaba fish. There were only 8 of them in total. This was specially made to prevent inbreeding. But the number was still not many, and it was not time to catch them yet. Recently, of the 2 kinds of fish you raised, the small one has been swimming back to lay eggs. I remember that this kind of fish is a single spawning fish. I think it's almost time to start fishing. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he still remembers, Edward Anderson also said with a smile. Oh. Can we start fishing so soon? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up and he said with some surprise. Single spawning means that this kind of fish can only lay eggs once in its life. Most migrations ended up like this. For example, the chumha and the whitebait would grow up in the river when they were young. When they grew up, they would swim around in the sea before returning to the river to lay their eggs. After laying their eggs, they would die. The same is true for the long-jawed fish, the Yangtze River swordfish, which is why it is so difficult to raise. Although Jiang Hai has the nourishment of spiritual energy and can make these fish not die after laying eggs, there is no way to make them live for too long. It has been more than a year since Jiang Hai got 100,000 long-jawed fish, and it's almost time. If some fish have begun to migrate, then Jiang Hai also has to be prepared. About March or April every year, these fish will migrate in large numbers and lay eggs. Calculating the time, it should be about time. After these fish have finished laying eggs, Jiang Hai has to catch these fish as soon as possible, then ice or quick freeze them and transport them to China. This is a race against time. Jiang Hai has been waiting for this for a long time. As for the new generation, there was no need to worry. With the nourishment of the spiritual energy and the protection of Jiang Hai's freshwater river, these small fishes could grow quickly. A single long-jawed centipede could produce 30,000 eggs. According to Jiang Hai's conservative estimate, with the spiritual energy and his own intentional range, out of 100,000 long-jawed centipedes, at least 10,000, and at most 30,000 would be able to produce eggs. If one centipede produced 30,000 eggs, then only 1/3 would be able to mature. That was to say, Jiang Hai would have at least 100 million long-jawed centipedes by next year. Considering the price of the fish in China, it isn't excessive for Jiang Hai to sell it for $800 per catty, is it? In a restaurant, it isn't excessive for $1,000 per catty, is it? Let's take Jiang Hai's 3 tails as an example. How much is 100 million? 24 billion. And it's still US dollars. Of course, it can't be calculated like this. The reason why this thing is valuable is because it is valuable in small quantities. Jiang Hai entering the domestic market in such a large quantity will definitely have an impact. Naturally, Jiang Hai is also included in this calculation. Even if it is sold at half the price, it is still $12 billion. No matter how much it was discounted, it would still be $6 billion, or $3 billion. What is really valuable? This is it. $100 per caddy, equivalent to about 600 yuan, is still worth 3 billion. Of course, that is for next year, or even the year after. For now, even if Jianghai can get 80,000 of the 100,000 long-jawed fish, it is guaranteed to be 24,000 caddies, which is nearly $20 million. Jianghai is a little poor recently, so he won't be soft-hearted about this money. Everything will be done after I come back from Antarctica. Thinking of the wealth that will come, Jianghai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 942. After returning to Winthrop, Jianghai didn't stay at home for long as it was still covered in ice and snow. To be exact, he was in a rush. So, when he returned to Winthrop, he had a small meeting at home. He made some arrangements for the operation of the manor when he was not around for a while. After everything was settled, Jianghai found Belle Luster and Connerson Peters and told them that he wanted them to accompany him. Naturally, there was no problem with the two of them. Connerson Peters could leave at any time, but Belle Luster, Jianghai gave him a 3-day leave. He would leave after his leave was over. At the same time, Jianghai and the rest had to prepare the equipment for the trip to Antarctica. Yes, Jianghai had to prepare the equipment himself. You could not expect the CIA to prepare the equipment for Jianghai. The first thing they needed was something to keep them warm. Although Jianghai was born in Bing City and now lived in Winthrop, anyone who had been to Antarctica would know that it was not on the same level. Not to mention Antarctica, even the North Pole could not withstand it. As the coldest place in the world, the southern district was divided into two areas, the coastal area and the inland area. During the warm season in the coastal area, the average temperature was around 0 degrees Celsius to minus 20 degrees Celsius. The average temperature in the inland area was minus 35 degrees Celsius to minus 20 degrees Celsius. That is to say, it was minus 20 degrees Celsius during the day and minus 35 degrees Celsius at night. In fact, it was still acceptable. That was why they could go there during the warm season. During the cold season, the coastal area was minus 30 degrees Celsius to minus 5 degrees Celsius, and the inland area was minus 70 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees Celsius. This was the reason why even the most advanced technology in the world could not stay outdoors in Antarctica for a long time. Of course, there was another more important reason. In fact, the warm season in Antarctica lasted for 5 months. It started in November and ended in March of the following year. A total of 5 months. But why could they only go to Antarctica in January and February every year? It was because of the wind there. There were hurricanes in Antarctica all the time. There were 300 days of gale days, and there were only 2 months where the wind was not that strong. Of course, the gale days mentioned here were different from the gale days in the normal sense. In normal times, the so-called gale days were only force 5 or force 6 winds. But in the South Pole, there were no force 5 or force 6 winds at all. The smallest wind was force 8, which was nearly 20 meters per second. It was only during these 2 months that the wind was level 8. Apart from these 2 months, the wind was level 10 and above. At its strongest, it could even reach 100 meters per second. It was impossible to calculate what level the wind was at. When Jianghai was in school, the most powerful wind he knew was level 12. But in fact, above level 12, there were levels 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. The highest level of wind defined by humans was level 17, with a wind speed of more than 61.3 meters per second. Obviously, between 61 and 100, there was still a long way to go. Therefore, even if it was summer in Antarctica, Jianghai still had to take good measures to protect himself from the cold. Level 8 wind, coupled with a temperature of minus 30 degrees Celsius, just thinking about it made him feel so excited. Secondly, there was the problem of weapons. Ordinary weapons were naturally useless in Antarctica. When the wind blew, snowflakes would float. If snow entered the gun, it would instantly freeze the things inside. It would be useless even if it was oiled. So, in Antarctica, it was necessary to use sealed guns made of special materials. Although the power would be much lower, at least it could be used. Of course, regular weapons were still prepared. After all, some places were not so cold. Thirdly, there were problems related to orientation. There were no landmarks in Antarctica, and compasses were not very useful. Just satellite positioning and so on, you had to pray that the satellite was watching you. So, identifying directions in Antarctica was also very important. Of course, there were many other things, but at present, these were the most important. Jiang Hai had to solve these things while Belle was resting. Azelina was responsible for getting the guns, Wallace Shelley was responsible for orientation, and Jiang Hai had to buy clothes and so on. Keeping warm is extremely important in Antarctica. Fortunately, there is nothing in this world that can't be done with money, especially when it comes to clothes. Jiang Hai easily bought the world's best winter clothes through the American Express Company. This winter clothes was jointly developed by Huaxia and Soviet Russia. Jiang Hai did not know what high-tech material was used, but it could release the sweat inside and keep the inside dry. At the same time, the wind and cold from outside could not enter at all. Huaxia and Soviet Russia's Antarctic scientific research stations used it. In addition to thin clothes made in the United States and a sweater inside, it was enough to withstand the Antarctic weather. People like Jiang Hai, who lived in the north, knew very well. In cold weather, it was useless to wear too many layers because too many layers were too thick. In fact, it was not warm because your body heat could not be transmitted to that distance. Therefore, people often wore extra layers, but it was still very cold because the outer layer of clothes could not keep you warm. You should wear warm clothes inside and then wear a down jacket or mink fur outside. That would be quite warm. Therefore, Jiang Hai only bought such clothes. He bought a total of 8 sets, himself, Azelina, Wallace Shelley, Galina Vasilkaya, Belle Luster, and Connors Peterson. A total of 6 people, 1 set each. There were also 2 spare sets, one for men and one for women. He also bought special vests for Goldie and Xiao Bai. These 2 dogs would also play an important role in the future. After his clothes were delivered, he chartered a plane and prepared to fly directly to the capital of Argentina, Buenos Aires. Therefore, although Jiang Hai was responsible for a lot of things, in fact, he was the fastest to finish the battle. In 2 days, Jiang Hai was already done. On the morning of the 3rd day, Wallace Shelley walked out of the room with some positioning equipment. This was considered to have solved the 3rd problem. At night, Azelina came back with a box of weapons. These weapons were all made of rubber. Of course, they could be made of other things, but Jiang Hai did not recognize them. However, they felt very rubbery to the touch. Jiang Hai tested them. The power of the weapons was only about half of the original. The pistols could only shoot 30 meters away, and the rifles had an effective range of less than 100 meters. However, this was not easy. Belle had his own sniper rifle. He had said this before he left, so Jiang Hai did not have to worry about it. Azelina was also happy to do so. Otherwise, where could she find a sniper rifle made of such special materials? That would be a little too much for him to do. Looking at the equipment, Jiang Hai took a pistol, a rifle, and his own Desert Eagle. He thought for a while and took out the composite bow he had bought a long time ago when he went into the mountains. This thing might be useful in the future. After everything was settled, Jiang Hai also told the current leaders of the family, namely Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi, to pay attention to the wind and grass in the vicinity. He also told Beliak, Valentina, and Sarah, the 3 people who stayed at home, to remember to protect them and run away if anything went wrong. After the manor was gone, he could still rebuild it. But if they were gone, Jiang Hai would feel heartache for a long time. After everyone had been warned, Jiang Hai on the 4th day, Belluster came back. He seemed to be a little weak. It seemed that he did not stay at home obediently for the past 3 days. However, it did not matter. Jiang Hai did not care about the shortcomings of his subordinates. Having no shortcomings was the most terrible thing. After the 6 of them were equipped, Sarah drove Jiang Hai's MVP to the airport in Boston. When they arrived at the airport, Jiang Hai and the others boarded the plane through a special passage. Although the plane did not belong to him, he was the one who booked it. However, he was the one who booked the plane, so there was nothing wrong with bringing the dog and weapons on the plane. As for Argentina, the CIB had already informed them. With a command from the command tower, the plane carrying Jiang Hai and the others also flew into the sky. At the same time, Sarah also followed Jiang Hai's request. After they took off, he called Luis Casado. The CIB had to pick him up in Argentina. After confirming, Sarah drove back to Jiang Hai's manor. At the same time, he also hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign at the door. These days, Jiang Hai was not in the manor. Everything in the manor had stopped operating. Except for selling beef and fish as usual, the manor did not accept any visitors. Those who came to visit at this time did not have good intentions. In fact, this was indeed the case. Less than half an hour after Jiang Hai's plane flew, many people already knew that Jiang Hai had gone to the South Pole. However, these people did not act rashly because Jiang Hai had not yet entered the South Pole. There was no signal. Now, he was flying in the sky. Now, he was only going to Argentina. If something happened to his house at this time, he could come back at any time. Valentina, who was stationed at the house, also found that there were many people around Jiang Hai's house. In just a short time, the number of people had almost doubled. These people included Americans, Europeans, blacks, and of course, Asians. They could also be sure that these Asians came from at least 3 countries, Russia, South Korea, and Japan. Chapter 943. So, this is Argentina. After getting off the plane and looking at the scenery outside, Jiang Hai let out a long sigh and smiled. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina and the others also looked around. However, they were not only looking at the scenery, but also looking for any threats. They were actually quite satisfied with the climate here. Argentina was located in the south of South America. The southern hemisphere was different from the northern hemisphere. The 4 seasons were exactly opposite. When it was autumn here, it was spring. When it was winter in the northern hemisphere, it was actually summer here. Although Argentina was quite south in terms of geographical location and latitude, the temperature here was quite good. Now, Jiang Hai and the others were in the capital of Argentina, Buenos Aires. The temperature outside was about 24 degrees, which was the most comfortable temperature for people to stay in. It was okay to wear a thick short-sleeved shirt, a thin coat, or a sweater. Looking at the Minister Este Pistolini International Airport in front of them, which was not much worse than New York's airport, well, this airport name was a good way to make up the number of words, but unfortunately, it was unlikely that Jiang Hai would say this airport name many times. After the plane landed, Jiang Hai and the others got off the plane first. Because there were dogs and guns this time, Jiang Hai and the others could not enter the airport through the covered bridge. They had to be led by someone, and these people had already arrived after they got off the plane. Mr. Jiang, it must have been a long journey. My name is Jittered Maud, and I belong to the Central Intelligence Agency of the CIA. I'm here to pick you up. Mr. Kazada has already prepared the hotel and dinner. After Jiang Hai and the others got off the plane, a small airport car drove over not far away. There was a young woman in the car. After the car stopped in front of Jiang Hai and the others, the young woman walked down and smiled at Jiang Hai. "Oh, hello, I thought Kazada would be waiting for us here." "Forget it, let's go." While talking, Jiang Hai looked at the woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She should be Caucasian. She had well-defined facial features, dark brown hair, and a height of about 1.75 meters. She was wearing a woman's suit, and some indescribable parts were extraordinarily bulging. She was also wearing glasses on her face. What kind of glasses lady is she? She is really selling. It had to be admitted that American agents were also very violent, but unfortunately, Jiang Hai did not buy it. After hearing the woman's words, Jiang Hai and the others also took out their things. Looking at Jiang Hai's things and the two dogs, the woman named Jittered Maud naturally knew something. With a wave of her hand, 2 airport cars in the distance had already been driven over. After placing their things, Jiang Hai and the others also got in the car and went outside. Using a special passage, Jiang Hai and the others got out of Ethiopia. Well, let's not talk about the airport's name anyway, they got out of the airport. Outside the airport, there were already 2 cars waiting for a long time. One of them was a luxurious minibus, which was for Jiang Hai's dogs and subordinates. The other was a Lincoln limousine, which was for Jiang Hai. After putting their things away, Jiang Hai and Azalina got in the Lincoln limousine. As for the others, they sat in the minibus. After everyone was seated, Jittered Maud also said something into the headset, and the car slowly started. After leaving the airport, Jittered Maud also introduced the situation of Argentina to Jiang Hai. As everyone knew, in Argentina, samba and football were the 2 most important things. However, not many people knew that they were an agricultural country. In the world, Argentina's beef breeding might be second only to the United States and Huaxia, and even some countries in Europe were far behind. Because there was no rainforest like the Amazon in the region, the public security was slightly better than places like Brazil. The political system was a federal republic, which was somewhat similar to the United States. The full name of the United States was the United Kingdom of America, and each state was an independent entity. In Argentina, the situation was somewhat similar, but not completely the same as the United States. Argentina was a presidential federal republic made up of 23 provinces and the federal capital. It was the 3rd largest economy in Latin America. The first was Brazil, the second was Mexico, and the third was Argentina. Buenos Aires also played a very important role in South America and Argentina. Unlike some big countries, the capital was not necessarily the largest or the best city. For example, in the United States, the best was New York, followed by Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C., was not on the list. However, for a developing country like Argentina, the capital was definitely the best. Just like Huaxia in the 1980s, and even in the early 1990s, it was the best place in the whole Huaxia. After all, it was the capital of a country, and the face of a country must be done well to show the temperament of a big country. However, Huaxia had been developing very fast recently. Looking at the housing prices, one could see that although the capital was still the best city, now there was one more. Over there, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Hangzhou, and other cities also reflected each other. However, the current Argentina couldn't be compared to Huaxia. Only the capital was the most beautiful place in Argentina. There were more than 80,000 industries and enterprises in the city, and the total industrial output accounted for 2/3 of Argentina's national output. It could be said that, like South Korea, more than half of the more than 43 million people in Argentina relied on Buenos Aires for their livelihood. In fact, Buenos Aires was just a small city when it first became independent, but since the implementation of the Europeanization and modernization policies, a large number of Italian and Spanish immigrants have poured in here, which has played a very important role in the development of this place. While introducing the street scene to Jiang Hai, Jittered Modiai explained to Jiang Hai, "There are a lot of Italians here. This used to be a Spanish colony, I know this, so it's not surprising that there are Spaniards here, but what the hell is Italy? Are they here to start a grey gang?" Hearing Jittered Maud's words, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts, then laughed. Indeed, Italy left a lot of symbols and business cards in this world. For example, Rome, the Vatican, the Mafia, the Soccer World Cup, the fashion capital of Milan, and their army was very useless. Ahem, this was also something that Jiang Hai thought of when he thought of Hitler. You guessed 1/3 of it right. After those people came, they did come to clean up the dark forces here, but in addition, they also took a fancy to some of the prostitution business here. For example, the Boca district here is where these people gather. It is full of brothels and smokehouses, and more than 90% of them are opened by Italian Genoese. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Jittered Maud shrugged. Under the surface of any city, there were undercurrents surging. Especially in a country like Argentina, there were definitely a lot of people eyeing them. Some dark forces were not something that Argentina could deal with. In South America, the main situation was like this, which was a bit ironic. There were many special organizations, not just organizations, but also some countries behind them, so Argentina could not afford to offend them at all. These organizations did not leave their areas, which was a tacit understanding between the two sides. The CIA had a lot of influence in the United States, so in Argentina, which was close to the United States, it was naturally very important. Some patrolling police cars even took the initiative to make way for Jiang Hai and the others on the road. If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can have fun here for a few days. There are still many interesting places in Buenos Aires. The operas and ballets in the Teatro Colombo are very interesting. The San Martin advertisement commemorates the Independence War here. There is also the obelisk, the 9th of July Street, which is currently the widest street in the world, with a width of 140 meters. It is also named in honor of Argentina's independence on July 9, 1810. There is also the Congress Building and the Congress Square. After introducing the places to pay attention to, Jittered Maud continued with the introduction of the city. There is also the Tango Street, the Plaza de Mayo, the Rose Palace. Buenos Aires is quite fun here. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't speak, she also didn't stop. She kept talking to Jiang Hai about the local customs and customs of the area, and Jiang Hai also kept listening. One introduced, and the other listened. Not long after, the two cars arrived at a famous hotel in Buenos Aires. Jiang Hai could not tell what it was called, because it was in Spanish. Spanish was similar to Portuguese, but it was different from English. Therefore, Jiang Hai really could not recognize it. He only knew that the hotel looked good. It was more than 30 stories high, and behind it was the La Plata River. In front of it was a green park, and the natural environment and transportation were quite good. After Jiang Hai and the others got out of the car with their things, Luis Casado, who had met Jiang Hai twice, came out of the lobby with a smile on his face. In the CIA, he was definitely a big shot with real power, but unfortunately, he was nothing in front of Jiang Hai. In the United States, the rich were the first class, and these officials did not dare to provoke the rich. There was an old saying in Huaxia, the poor do not fight with the rich, and the rich do not fight with the officials. But in the United States, the poor do not fight with the rich, and the officials do not fight with the rich. Wealth was the first standard to measure a person's social status, not how much power you had. Of course, when the officials were at their limits, the rich had to be humble. For example, the President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of the Tax Bureau, and so on. Jiang Hai was also afraid, but a small figure with real power in the CIA did not dare to show off in front of Jiang Hai. Chapter 944. Mr. Jiang, you're finally here. Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Quezada said with a smile. He had to admit that these people were quite sincere. When he first met Jiang Hai, he could not speak Chinese. Now, he could already say hello to Jiang Hai in rough Mandarin, which really piqued Jiang Hai's interest. You know, our Huaxia's New Year is very important. After shaking hands with him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Quezada also smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he walked directly into the hotel with Jiang Hai and booked a room first. Maybe it was because the information was sold for $10 million last time. This time, he did not ask Jiang Hai to take the money. Instead, he had already booked 2 suites. One was a presidential suite for Jiang Hai, and the other was an ordinary suite for Jiang Hai's subordinates. Of course, Jiang Hai's subordinates were only Knerson Peters and Belle Luster. After putting the things in the room, Aller Sarah and Wallace Shelley deliberately stayed in the room. Firstly, they wanted to remove the bugs and the like. Secondly, they wanted to keep an eye on these things. They didn't feel at ease leaving the room empty. If these CIB people did something to their weapons or clothes, it would be troublesome. Louis Quezada did not care about this. He specially ordered food to be delivered to Jiang Hai's suite. Then, Jiang Hai took Belle Luster, Azalina, and Knerson Peters to the banquet hall that Louis Quezada had already prepared. As for Goldie and Xiaobai, they were also lying in Jiang Hai's room. Outside, they only ate what Jiang Hai fed them. Azalina's food was not good. Jiang Hai also specially brought them some dried beef. This was their ration. Regardless of the people in the room, Jiang Hai and the others went to the restaurant downstairs and sat down. Jiang Hai had 4 people on his side: Jiang Hai, Azalina, Belle, and Knerson. On the CIB side, there were 5 people. As Louis Quezada said, they would bring a 5-person team this time. In addition to him, Jittered Mode, whom Jiang Hai met today, was also one of them. According to Louis Quezada's introduction, this person was from the CIB in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She was a local tyrant in this area. This time, they were going to the South Pole, so naturally, she would follow them. In addition to her, there were 3 other men. However, these 3 men were obviously combat personnel, not special agents. This was because they all looked very tough. Of course, special agents did not have to look like 007. In fact, they could not be special agents if they looked like that. Special agents were also divided into headquarters special agents, technical special agents, field special agents, and so on. Most of the agents on duty looked quite ordinary. Just like Louis Quezada, people would subconsciously ignore his appearance. If it weren't for Jiang Hai's photographic memory, he wouldn't have been able to remember what Louis Quezada looked like. As for Jittered Mode, because she was in the public relations department, it did not matter if she looked beautiful. As for these 3 people, they were purely assassins. Their main role was to fight. They were basically selected from Special Forces or the Delta Force. Their combat effectiveness was quite strong. According to Louis Quezada, among the 3 of them, one of them was a bearded man named Habakkuk Hall, who was mainly responsible for the ambush. Another one was named Keys Leslie, who was a sniper like Bell, and the last one was named Isaac Williams, a commando. Thus, a small team of the enemy was formed. Luis Quezada was the commander, but he was also a jack of all trades. He filled the other positions. As for the remaining 4 people, some were responsible for attacking, some were responsible for scouting, and some were responsible for sniping. Needless to say, Jittered Mode was responsible for intelligence and positioning. It was the same as Jiang Hai's team, which was China's Liz Shelley. After everyone introduced themselves, they sat down in a clear and distinct manner. Not long after, the dishes he ordered were all brought to the table. Argentina was a famous beef producer in the world, so the dishes here were basically all meat. Of course, the beef here was also very cheap. Therefore, the people in Argentina were different from the people in Brazil. Although the GDP in Brazil was high, it was easy to be chaotic. Therefore, if one went to the streets to look, most people were thin. On the other hand, the people in Argentina were very fat. Compared to Maradona, one would know what the people here looked like. Meat burritos, beef tenderloin ribs, South American barbecue. There were more than a dozen dishes, all of which were basically meat. There was only one vegetarian dish, a vegetable salad, and that was all. However, for Jiang Hai, being able to eat meat was a very happy thing. Therefore, when the dishes were served, he did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat there and began to eat with a knife in his left hand and a fork in his right hand. Looking at Jiang Hai eating, Quezada and the others did not care. They just continued eating. No one there dared to stop Jiang Hai. It was not popular for foreigners to talk about things while eating, so Jiang Hai ate very happily, and no one interrupted him. When he was almost done eating, he drank a glass of fruit wine to accompany the meal. He also felt very good. "Mr. Jiang, you've eaten dinner. Do you want to go out for a walk?" Seeing Jiang Hai place his knife and fork horizontally on his plate, Luis Quezada smiled and asked him, "Where do you want to go?" After placing the knife and fork, Jiang Hai also looked at him with some doubts. There was a reason why he placed the knife and fork in this way. In fact, Western food was very particular about placing the knife and fork. The knife and fork were placed in the middle of the plate, but they were like the character, not touching each other. This meant that one was tired from eating and wanted to take a break. If the knife and fork were placed in the middle of the plate in the shape of a cross, this was basically what the person who ordered the set would do. This meant that they had already ordered and were waiting for the next dish. If the knife and fork were placed in the middle of the plate in the shape of a pair of chopsticks, it meant that they had finished eating and could be cleaned up. If the knife and fork were placed in the shape of a triangle, it meant that they had received a good review. If the knife and fork were placed together in the shape of a triangle, it meant that they had received a bad review. Basically, no waiter would come over to ask for a tip because they were not happy eating. When Jiang Hai first came, he did not understand, but now he basically understood. Tonight's dishes were all meat, and Jiang Hai liked it very much. He belonged to the type of person who would feel uncomfortable if he did not eat meat for a meal. If there was a lot of meat for him to eat, then he would eat very happily, at least that was the case for now. "I don't know how long Mr. Jiang will be staying here. It's up to you to decide when we'll leave." When he heard Jiang Hai's words, Luis Quezada smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Indeed, they came here to accompany Jiang Hai to have fun. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai said to Luis Quezada, "Then let's leave the day after tomorrow. Let's take a break." If he had nothing to do, it would not matter if he stayed here to have fun. However, now that he had something to do, Jiang Hai still missed it in his heart. If he really wanted to have fun, it would not matter if he stayed here for a few more days after he came back. He had to hurry up when he left. "Then I'll take you around here tomorrow. Tonight, we can go to the Boca district to have some fun." When he heard Jiang Hai say that they would leave the day after tomorrow, Louis Quezada also said with a smile. He had to admit that this guy was a qualified politician. He always had a smile on his face and gave Jiang Hai some advice. Boca District. Didn't you say that we can't go there? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai blinked and looked at Jittered Monde, who just told him not to go there. Why does everyone in the CIB speak differently? That place, is not suitable for women to go there, especially at night. It doesn't matter if we go there during the day, but at night, only we can go there. Louis Quezada looked at Jiang Hai with a look that all men understood, then said with a smile. Upon hearing his laughter, Jittered Monde couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As expected, men were nothing good. As for the 3 CIB people over there, they showed a very satisfied smile. As for Bell Luster, he was also very curious. Only Knerson Peters did not do anything, because he might be a little slow in this regard. Oh, I see, but I have some doubts. Don't we have to worry about the Italian greyhound there? Jiang Hai gently knocked on the table. After listening to Louis Quezada's words, he also wanted to go there to have a look. However, he did not want to cause any trouble. After all, he was going to Antarctica the day after tomorrow. If he caused any trouble now, it would affect his plan. The gains would not make up for the losses, so he felt that it was better to ask clearly. Greyhound. Maybe Jittered and the others are afraid of them. After all, they are just a branch. But with me and you here, it would be strange if those greyhounds dared to jump around. Those Italian greyhounds, to put it bluntly, were just some organized greyhounds. Even if these people were given 100 guts, they would not dare to compete with the CIB, which represented the dignity of the United States. It was good enough that the CIB did not come to trouble these people. How dare they come to trouble them? As a person with real power, Louis Quezada was not to be trifled with. Okay, then let's go and have a look. Since it was determined that there would be no danger, Jiang Hai also raised his eyebrows and said. Hearing Jiang Hai say that they could go, the others naturally did not care. After Azalina rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai, she went back to her room. That kind of place was not something she could go to. It would be quite boring for her to go there, and it would be easy to cause trouble. Therefore, he decided to let Jiang Hai and the others play. With Louis Quezada there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 945. The Boca District, or Boca as it was known locally, was the old port and neighborhood of Buenos Aires. The most famous 3 places were Tango Street, Bar and Coffee Street, and Boca Juniors, an Argentinian football club established in 1905. Yes, most people who watched football matches knew about this team. It was a strong team in South America. After Jiang Hai and the others had eaten, they drove 2 MPVs to the district. As soon as they walked in, the first thing they saw were the colorful houses. To be honest, it was very difficult to see such colorful houses. If they came in the day, they would probably look even better. Louis Quezada also explained to Jiang Hai the reason why this place had become like this. In the beginning, this area was actually prepared for dock workers and sailors. Most of the workers came from Spain, Italy, and other countries. This could be seen from the European-style houses they built. In the beginning, in order to save money, the ship had to be painted. The paint couldn't be allowed to fall off and expose the metal inside. Otherwise, it would be corroded by the seawater. Therefore, no matter if the ship was used or not, it had to be painted every few months to make it usable. This was especially true in the early 20th century. However, things like paint had to be bought. It was impossible to buy all of it. Therefore, the dock workers and sailors would bring the leftover paint back home and paint it on their houses and streets. Gradually, the houses here became colorful. There were blue, pink, green, red, yellow, and even other colors. There were all kinds of colors. If it was daytime, the shops here would be open. In front of almost every shop, there would be Boca Juniors cards, or postcards of football stars such as Messi and Maradona, or some football accessories. During the day, there would be many beautifully dressed dancers standing by the side of the street. They wore very simple clothes. These women on the street were not there to solicit customers, but to take photos and dance. For $20, you could touch their thighs and do something very, gentleman. Then, you could ask your partner to come over and take photos. Of course, there were some restricted areas and areas that were not allowed to be touched. Recently, the economic situation in Argentina was really bad. In 2012, $1 was equivalent to 4.40 Argentine pesos, but today, it was equivalent to 15.50 Argentine pesos. Inflation and currency devaluation caused the economic situation in Argentina to deteriorate day by day. A large number of people lost their jobs, and the price of goods increased. Although Argentina was not in dire straits, it was still difficult to live. The gap between the rich and the poor was huge. The average income in Buenos Aires was 20,000 Argentine pesos, which was equivalent to about 9,000 renminbi per month. This was naturally enough for Jiang Hai to spend. In China, there were not many people who could earn 10,000 yuan a month. However, the prices here were expensive, and the population was huge. Developing countries should not expect education and medical care to be free. This was not the United States or Europe, and the pension income was not high. Also, there was no family planning in Argentina. As the territory was not small, every family in Argentina would have 3 to 4 children. Before these children grew up, the pressure of life was very high. But the security in Argentina had always been good. One of the reasons was because of the habits of the people here. Argentina was different from Brazil. After it was occupied by the colonists, life in Argentina had been very prosperous. A long time ago, Argentina had the habit of hiding its wealth from the people. 100 years ago, its economic strength was one of the top 3 countries in the world. The 4 seasons in Argentina were like spring, so crops like soybeans, cows, and sheep grew all year round. The land was fertile, and there were rich minerals. It was a very good place. After Argentina became independent, the Peronist government was willing to hide its wealth from the people. The taxes collected were very low, and it greatly reduced the conflicts in society at that time. More money was invested in the public. That was why Argentines had the habit of dancing when they were bored, or playing football when they were bored. It could be said that the people in Argentina were rarely irritable. It was like Soviet Russia, where people would start a fight if there was a disagreement. There were not many people like that in Argentina, and it was a very lazy city. That was why even though the money had increased by 4 times in just 4 years, there was not much pressure from society. Everyone liked to make money happily. Similarly, like Brazil, Argentines had 2 extremes when it came to relationships between the sexes. One was the traditional type. In some traditional towns, if you got married and went out to find some professional women, these women would not do business with you. If you found a mistress or something like that, you would not be able to buy anything in the local area. This was a blatant disdain. However, in some untraditional places, some professions were especially developed. A few days ago, there was a very popular news. A father sold his 12-year-old daughter to a place with a special profession. In the end, the court ruled that the sale was valid because the guardians sold the daughter. This was the reality. In Brazil and Argentina, there were quite a lot of female special services. Not only were there all kinds of women, but more of them were underage. As long as you were willing to spend money, you could find women of any age. Secondly, transvestites and transsexuals were quite popular here. Therefore, if one wanted to play here, the most important thing was to have a good eye. It would be awkward if one found out that the other party also had a spear when they were about to get on the horse with a spear. Jiang Hai did not know if Luis Quezada and the others had such hobbies, but Jiang Hai did not have such hobbies. And Luis Quezada, who knew that Jiang Hai did not have one, would definitely not bring Jiang Hai to those places. As he introduced the place to Jiang Hai, the two cars drove into the bar and coffee street in the Boca district. After driving in, one would find that this street was somewhat similar to a street in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Women in revealing and seductive clothes with heavy makeup stood in 2 rows on the side of the street. There were all kinds of women. According to Luis Quezada, these women were the lowest grade. A quick shot would cost $10. If they wanted to spend the night, they would have to negotiate. But basically, it would not cost more than $50. Behind these women, there were some shop windows. Some women were standing or sitting there coquettishly. They were more beautiful than the people in front of them. These were the high-end goods. Basically, one shot would cost at least $50. There was a lot of activity on the street. There were hundreds of dollars, and even thousands of dollars. As they listened to Luis Quezada's introduction, Belle Luster and the 3 CIB members kept looking outside. The 3 CIB members were mostly looking at the people standing on the side of the street. Occasionally, they would look at the people in the shop windows. After all, the civil servants in the United States did not have much money. Even if they spent their money here, they could not spend too much. Belle was looking at the shop windows. What a joke. Jiang Hai gave him more than $1 million a year. Other than giving some money to his parents, he did not have a wife or children. He had played in Winthrop and Boston for a few $100s. Now that he was here, how could he treat himself badly? After knowing that he was going to come here, he had deliberately withdrawn $5,000 from the ATM before leaving. He was going to have a good time tonight. Because the Argentinian peso had been depreciating, dollars were more popular than their original money here. We're here. Just as the 4 men were looking around, Jiang Hai and the others arrived in front of a rather retro giant building. These giant European-style buildings were also the products of Argentina's sudden wealth. In any case, it looked magnificent. At least on the surface, it gave people the impression that it was a high-end place. At this time, there were many people waiting in line in front of the building. Jiang Hai had been to nightclubs before, so he naturally knew that this was the rule of nightclubs. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Hai and the others. After parking the car, Luis Quezada did not wait in line. He walked directly in with Jiang Hai and the others. The people at the door were either greeted or knew who Luis Quezada was, so they did not dare to stop him. In this way, Luis Quezada led Jiang Hai's group of 3, along with his 3 subordinates. A group of 7 people walked into the bar. Originally, Jiang Hai didn't like nightclubs because they were too noisy. But after coming in, Jiang Hai had some doubts. Although this nightclub didn't seem to be small, there was no sound at this time. Instead, there were sounds of cursing. Did something happen? Jiang Hai looked at Luis Quezada suspiciously. After seeing that he did not do anything, he slowly walked inside. Not long after, they walked into the hall. At this time, they saw that the layout of the hall was similar to that of an ordinary nightclub. There was a huge stage, and then a straight stage, which was a T-shaped stage. The people were divided into 2 parts. In the eyes of these people, in front of the stage, there is a huge TV. On it, there is a football game, and all the people here are not playing. They are just looking at the screen in front of them. No matter men or women, old or young, even the waiters here, even the strippers, all of them are holding a towel and shouting loudly. Seeing this fanatical scene, Jiang Hai can't help but curl his lips. Is this a nightclub for you to come here to watch the game? Are you kidding me? Chapter 946. Oh, it's the match between Boca Juniors and River Plate. No wonder so many people are watching it. Luis Quezada glanced at the screen and said with a smile. South America and Europe were really the world of football. People in each region liked different sports. For example, Huaxia people liked table tennis. This was also their national sport. Of course, other than table tennis, many people liked other sports. Basketball, football, and so on had a lot of roots in China. But when it came to the national sport, table tennis was the most popular. On the other hand, in the United States, the polarization was very serious. The more violent young people and black people liked football more. One had to admit that watching football made one's blood boil even more than watching a martial arts competition. Some business elites liked baseball more. Originally, these business elites controlled a lot of wealth in the United States. So, the number one sport in the United States was baseball, not rugby. But with the recent development in the United States, rugby was considered to be the leading sport. In terms of the influence of rugby in the United States, baseball, basketball, and ice hockey combined could barely be compared to rugby. In Europe and South America, it was naturally the world of football. The popularity of football in Europe was mainly due to the popularity of their league. Although there was also a basketball league in Europe and it was gradually developing recently, football was their life when it came to sports. That was why they called football the number one sport in the world. South America did not have such a good league atmosphere. But football was the advancement that changed their lives. Everyone here knew that as long as they had the ability to play football, they could leave South America and go to Europe to get other nationalities and make a lot of money. Such a temptation was not small. Because in their eyes, this was their way out. They were not willing to be ordinary, so they had to make achievements. So, they would be like wolves. They would seize every opportunity and every training to achieve their inner goals. It was precisely because of this that football was really popular in South America. Almost any random uncle on the street could easily score 8 or 10 goals. If Jiang Hai didn't obtain the Dragon Balls, he estimated that he would only be able to score 3 or 4 goals. But looking at these people's craziness, Luis Quezada did not care. He was not interested in these things. So, they just went upstairs and sat in a booth. The waiter who led them up said a few words to them. Then, he looked at the TV in the distance. Obviously, watching TV was more important than earning tips. However, Luis Quezada also knew that the people here were like this, so he did not care. He directly picked up the wine menu and ordered. Since they were here, they naturally had to drink. After ordering some foreign wine and 2 bottles of beer, he ordered some snacks. After the waiter on the other side, after remembering these things, he looked at Luis Quezada and signaled him with his eyes. Call Serena over. The rest of the money isn't for you to eat. Seeing the waiter's expression, Luis Quezada smiled and waved his hand. The waiter immediately left. Since he could call out this name, these people were indeed not people who could earn money by themselves. Not long after the waiter left, a big fat man came in from outside. This big fat man looked like a Jew. He did not look like a pure white person. Naturally, he was not black. If one were to talk about it, his skin color might be similar to Sanji's. He was not tall, only about 160 meters. He had a full beard, deep eyes, and a big belly. A big gold chain hung around his neck. 8 of his 10 fingers were wearing big gold rings. The big gold watch looked thicker than Jiang Hai's Patek Philippe, but no one knew what brand it was. As soon as the big fat man came in, he opened his mouth and laughed, revealing several of his big gold teeth. Looking at Louis Quezada in front of him, the big man said loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, Mr. Quezada is here to play. Welcome, welcome. Tonight's drinks are on me. Everyone, enjoy yourselves." However, it was a pity that Louis Quezada did not leave him hanging. He waved his hand and said generously, "There's no need for that. We are here to spend money. I called you here to let you pick a few good goods for us. You know what I mean." The head of the CIA's local power had come to Argentina, so he did not need to give anyone face. Ha 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 ha, I understand. You are here to spend money. Of course, I don't need to say that. If you have any requests, just tell me directly. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. When he heard that Louis Quezada had humiliated him so straightforwardly, he did not mind at all. It was obvious that this was not the first or second time he had humiliated Louis Quezada. This man is called Serena Ben Lodic. He is in charge of managing the professional women around here. He is the middleman between the government and the Italians. All the professional women have to pay him taxes. So, if you come here to play, you should ask him to pick the goods. After hearing his words, Louis Quezada did not care. Instead, he went to Jiang Hai's side and introduced him to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked at the man in front of him. This guy is really a bastard. This big brother seems to be today's distinguished guest. Do you have any requests? Seeing that Louis Quezada had to ask Jiang Hai first, Serena was not a fool. Naturally, he knew that Jiang Hai was a distinguished guest, so he smiled and asked Jiang Hai. "Well, let me introduce you first. This is my first time here." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai asked him. It's mainly divided into 3 categories. The normal ones are women, you know that. Then there are transvestites and transsexuals. Animals are also fine, it depends on your preferences. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Serena smiled and said, "Normal, normal." But before he finished speaking, Jiang Hai waved his hand directly. What the hell are the last 3 categories? As for normal women, there are many of them. Tell me, I can find any kind of woman you want, from 60 years old to 12 years old. Wives, women, students, models, and even small celebrities. As long as you say the word, anything will do. When Serena heard Jiang Hai say that it was normal, he also laughed. It seems that Jiang Hai is not such a hardcore person. Beautiful ones will be fine. Don't be too old. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai really did not know how to choose. He was just an ordinary person, and he could not ask for anything fancy. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Quezada smiled and gestured to Serena. Then, he waved his hand, and Serena left with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, since you're in Argentina, you naturally have to try out the specialties here. You should know that some of the services here are illegal in your country, or in our country." As he spoke, Louis Quezada winked at Jiang Hai. Seeing his gaze, Jiang Hai's heart seemed to throb a little. Could it be something strange, specialties? He said that he wanted to find a normal woman. Would that guy find him some transvestite or something? It was so disgusting. He was not gay. Even if a man looked like a woman, he was still a man, right? Fortunately, Serena did not make Jiang Hai wait for too long. Not long after, the waiter first served the wine, and then Serena came up with a group of women. When these people came up, Jiang Hai could not help but frown. Sure enough, although he did not find any transvestites for Jiang Hai, he brought a group of little girls. These little girls were really young. They looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. They were not wearing mature clothes, but they were basically wearing jerseys from every team. Their hair was a little messy, but their faces were very clean. They stood there with a pair of big eyes, quietly looking at Jiang Hai and the others. There were not many vulgar movements on their bodies, and their eyes were very clear. Looking at these little girls, Jiang Hai was stunned. This is the specialties. Jiang Hai pointed at these little girls. To be honest, he could not accept it now. His tone was a little cold. Sir, this is indeed a characteristic of Argentina. Oh no, the entire South America. You also know that the gap between the rich and the poor here is quite big. Big cities like Buenos Aires are still fine, but in some remote places, it is difficult for people to support themselves. Coupled with the existence of the Silver Triangle, many remote areas, especially the border with Peru and Brazil, people's lives are very poor. In our country, children are casually born. Basically, there are more than 3 children in a family, so you also understand. Sereno was naturally very good at reading people's expressions. When he saw that Jiang Hai was a little dissatisfied, he came over and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Luis Quezada also smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. This kind of thing is very common in South America. After girls start to lose their HP at the age of 12, some poor people will sell their children. Most of them are sold here, but some will also be sold to rich families. This way, they can earn a sum of money and at the same time, they will have one less mouth to feed at home. After they sell their children, they will have new clothes to wear, delicious food to eat, and even the money they earn can be used to supplement their family. It can be said that they are very happy to do this, and the government is also protecting them. They will not be easily beaten or scolded. Everything is done voluntarily. Looking at Jiang Hai, Luis Quezada smiled and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai did not know how to refute. This was really F***king unique. Originally, Jiang Hai was drinking calmly, but the 2 girls didn't think so. Sir, your hands are so big. Sir, your muscles are so hard. He didn't know if the little girls were born like this, or if they were used to this kind of life. Sitting beside Jiang Hai, it didn't take long for them to move their hands up and down, taking the initiative to rub their undeveloped parts against Jiang Hai's arm. Their hands also touched Jiang Hai's body, and even when Jiang Hai wasn't paying attention, they sneakily attacked a certain part of his body, making Jiang Hai confused. Hey, how old are you now? Looking at the 2 girls beside him, Jiang Hai asked somewhat speechlessly. I am 15 years old this year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl on the left introduced in slightly stiff English. I am also 15 years old this year. After the other girl organized her words, she also said to Jiang Hai. 15, the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, hey, I can't do it. Don't you want to go to school? Don't you miss your parents? Hearing their words, Jiang Hai sighed, and then asked with some doubts. According to Hua Xiao's law, 15 years old is to go to prison. We are going to school now. In Buenos Aires, there are many girls like us. It's like this all over the country, and others can't do anything about it. The girl on the left may have better English. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, she smiled and said, As for my parents, I am in Corinth. As for Dad and Mom, to be honest, I don't really want to. My home is in Corrientes, which is at the border with Baraki. In Baraki, the legal age for marriage is 14 years old. People my age in Baraki are basically already married, or even earlier. Fortunately, I'm in Argentina, but my family isn't very good either. I have a total of 4 brothers and sisters, including me, 5 people. 2 years ago, When my eldest sister was 13 years old, she received customers on the side of the highway and never came back. I don't want to become like my eldest sister, so when the brothel people came to our village to recruit people, I took the initiative to sign up. Now, life here is very happy for me. Looking at Jiang Hai, the girl on the left said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai sighed. The atmosphere in this country was like this. What else could he say? Perhaps in her family, the previous generation, the generation before that, and the generation before that, had all been like this. Jiang Hai wanted to say something, but it was useless. Just as Jiang Hai was sighing, he suddenly felt a soft thing in his hand. Looking back, he found that the other girl with poor English had already wiped the jersey she was wearing and printed Jiang Hai's palm on her newly developed and indescribable thing. Feeling the softness in his hand, Jiang Hai was completely stunned. Looking at Jiang Hai's expression, the two girls laughed. For them, this was just their daily life. Here, they can learn, they can make money, and they don't have to be afraid of hunger or cold. The only thing they need to do is to use their bodies to please the men. For them, this was not difficult. Looking at Jiang Hai's stunned expression, the girl with good English smiled and said, "Boss, let's go over there to take a shower." Okay. Seeing that they were so proactive and did not look like they were being forced, Jiang Hai sighed. Since that was the case, he would not be the bad guy. He just heard that these girls would be paid according to the amount of service they performed. Among the money, there was a fixed 1,500 pesos, which was $10, which was to be given to Serena. As for the rest, how much they could earn would depend on their ability. In this line of work, it was impossible to take money for no reason. It had to be based on the amount of service they performed. This was because they were also afraid that the customers would complain about them after they left. If that happened, they would not be able to continue working here. Jiang Hai could only laugh at this. Following the two girls, Jiang Hai walked out of the private room and went directly to a nearby elevator. The elevator went to the 4th floor. After getting off the elevator, they brought Jiang Hai into a room that looked like a water bath. Jiang Hai was not an honest person in the past. Naturally, he had done this before. Especially after the popularity of All the Way West, many bathhouses in the country started doing this. After entering the room, the two girls took off their clothes. They threw their jerseys, pants, socks, and so on the shelf at the side. In fact, they usually didn't dress like this. They had a game today, right? Seeing that they had taken off their clothes, they turned around and helped Jiang Hai take off his clothes. After taking off Jiang Hai's shirt, the girl with poor English asked Jiang Hai, "Customer, can I lick you? You can do whatever you want. I think you are quite pitiful. Help me spend as much money as possible." Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai sighed. The only thing he could do was to let these girls earn more money. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two girls' eyes could not help but light up. Then the girl kissed Jiang Hai's top. She did not know if Jiang Hai was allowed to write on it. The girl's green tongue was constantly moving. The feeling was indeed a little different. The other girl sped up the time to help Jiang Hai take off his clothes. Although Jiang Hai had always said that he could not bear to touch a girl, it was inevitable that a man would raise the flag after being teased. When the girl with better English saw the flagpole, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh my God, this is great!" Hearing her exclamation, the girl who was originally licking Jiang Hai's two indescribable places also looked down and exclaimed. Then, she stopped licking the flag and knelt down together. Looking at the thing in front of them, the two girls licked their lips. The girl with better English directly lowered her head, while the other one helped to stimulate Jiang Hai's senses. Jiang Hai could be considered to be a veteran. After all, there were only so many women who had a fixed relationship with him. But the two girls in front of him gave him a different kind of stimulation. This time, Jiang-hai only lasted for about 20 minutes before it was over. It's really great. We can use it for a long time. Looking at the flagpole that was still standing after the end of the first contact battle, the two girls said with shining eyes. Hearing their words, Jiang-hai also smiled helplessly. Am I getting more and more perverted? But before he could reflect on himself, the two girls had already pulled him to the side of a large jacuzzi in the distance. The water that had been filled when they came in was already full at this time. After letting Jiang-hai lie in it, the two girls also lay in it, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 948. Well, it's already this time. Looking at the watch on the bedside in a daze, Jiang-hai patted his head and sat up from the bed. Looking at the two naked girls, one on the left and one on the right, still curled up on the bed, Jiang-hai's big hand couldn't help but gently pat their buttocks. Last night, they really had a lot of fun. He had to admit that children had good stamina. It was said that children were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. That was because children in their teens in China hadn't started learning yet. In their 20s, they would more or less be a little shy. In their 30s, they would no longer be shy, and their needs would skyrocket. These children here, on the other hand, didn't have any shyness. Although they weren't old enough to do these things, they were very curious. What kind of position, what kind of process, they wanted to experience. In addition, Jiang-hai said that they didn't have to worry about her wallet, so last night they played very crazily. In the mouth, in the front, behind, and in the hands, they even hugged each other tightly. Jiang-hai took advantage of their indescribable outside body to come out once. It could be said that they had played all kinds of games. Even Jiang-hai's body had fallen asleep, let alone them. So, even though Jiang-hai was patting them now, they didn't show any signs of waking up. Shaking his head, Jiang-hai went to take a shower. After putting down enough dollars, he put on his clothes and left. When he left the room, the surroundings were already very quiet. He took the elevator to the first floor, only to find that it was already empty. Only a few workers were cleaning up there. Jiang-hai didn't care and went straight to the parking lot. When he arrived, he found that Connerson Peters had been waiting here for a long time. Connor-san was indeed not that interested in women, but he wasn't a virgin who didn't know anything. So, he also stayed here last night, but he woke up early. When he saw Jiang-hai come out, he also stood up and followed beside Jiang-hai. Jiang-hai saw that the others hadn't come out yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. He first went to a nearby shop to have breakfast. While he was eating, Belle Luster, Louis Cazada, and the others came out one by one. It was said that men had 4 irons. Originally, Jiang-hai thought that Louis Cazada was a very bad guy. Even if he deliberately learned Chinese for him, Jiang-hai was still very unhappy with him. However, at this time, his opinion of him had changed a little. After all, they had played together before, so they could be considered buddies. Therefore, Jiang-hai specially treated him to breakfast this morning. As for the wine last night, naturally, he paid for it. As for the money that they had to pay, naturally, they paid for it separately. This kind of thing was very particular. No matter how good a buddy was, they wouldn't treat each other like this. Of course, Jiang-hai didn't know who said it, but anyway, Jiang-hai believed it. As for why, Jiang-hai really didn't know. After the group of 6 had breakfast, they drove back to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang-hai naturally didn't have anything to say. After all, Azalina and the others wouldn't trouble Jiang-hai because of this kind of thing. After resting in the hotel for a while, Jiang-hai and the others went out to play today. they took a good look around Buenos Aires. In the evening, they ate a good meal of beef and seafood in the recommended hotel. After that, they rested for the night. The next morning, they were ready to go. Along with them, Luis Quezada and the others were also ready to go. The group rushed to the airport in the morning. This time, Jiang Hai's goal was the South Pole. Naturally, it was impossible for them to go directly from Buenos Aires. This time, they were going to Tierra del Fuego. Tierra del Fuego was known as the closest land to the South Pole. It was located at the southernmost tip of South America, with an area of about 48,700 square kilometers. In the beginning, to be honest, this place wasn't very popular. After all, the environment here was very bad. Other than glaciers and swamps, there was almost no way to survive. However, since the global awareness was launched, many countries were interested in this place. After all, this was an outpost in the South Pole. In the 19th century, which was more than 1800 years ago, South America was liberated. Most of the countries in South America declared their independence during this period of more than 100 years. After the liberation, the major countries began to occupy their own territories. Although Tierra del Fuego had nothing and was not suitable for human habitation, Chile and Argentina still fought a few times. However, in the end, they felt that it was not worth it. Therefore, in 1881, the two countries drew their own borders here. The east belonged to Argentina, and the west belonged to Chile. Argentina occupied 2/3 of the area. And now, Chile was about to go crazy because of that decision. Because at first, there was nothing here. Other than the glacial lake, there was a swamp, and there was only a small grassland. It was even next to a forest. It was indeed not a good place. But now, the richness of the resources here made everyone speechless. It had been found that the reserves of iron ore were 65 billion tons, ranking second in the world. Although it was just an island, the richness of the resources here was shocking. How to describe it? In 1999, Hua found out that the iron reserves of the whole country totaled 45.8 billion tons. This small island was 20 billion tons more than the total iron production of Hua. Moreover, there were some places with smaller reserves that were not suitable for development. Only 21.2 billion tons could be developed. Compared to this island, the difference was more than 40 billion tons. It could be said that this island's iron output was equivalent to half of China's iron output, and that was not all. The reserves of uranium, aluminum, and manganese were the third largest in the world. There were 23 billion tons of coal reserves, 3.6 billion barrels of oil reserves, and 133 billion cubic meters of natural gas. There was no need to mention the hydroelectric resources. It was surrounded by the sea, and there were also forest resources and grassland resources. It could be said that this place was a perfect treasure trove, except for the cold. Of course, Jiang Hai did not feel anything about this place. To him, it was just a place to pass by. Argentina's Tierra del Fuego was equivalent to a province. Its capital, Ushuaia, was a small city with a population of only 30,000. It was officially opened in 1960. Every year at this time, which was the summer when the southern half of the environment was polluted, there were many tourists from all over the world. After all, everyone was quite interested in seeing the South Pole with their own eyes. Jiang Hai's goal this time was also here. After arriving here, they will take the icebreaker and go directly to the South Pole. Then they will land at the USA South Pole Detection Station and then go deep into the interior of the South Pole. After getting off the plane in Tierra del Fuego, Jiang Hai felt that the climate here was completely different from that in Buenos Aires. This was because it was hotter than in Buenos Aires. It could not be helped. It was summer in the South Pole. After getting off the plane, they entered a relatively good hotel in Ushuaia. After all, this was an outpost in the South Pole, and people who could afford to go to the South Pole were basically not short of money. Therefore, the price of the room here was very good, and naturally, the supporting facilities were also very good. Jiang Hai and the others stayed there for the night. No one came to trouble Jiang Hai and the others, and Jiang Hai and the others did not go out to play. They just spent the night very calmly. Early the next morning, Luis Quezada had already arranged for an icebreaker. He took Jiang Hai and the others onto the ship. The icebreaker was not small, but its facilities were certainly not comparable to those of luxury cruise ships. Fortunately, Luis Quezada was quite capable. The ship was similar, and the cabin of the entire ship was divided into 3 parts. One part was for the sailors and the captain of the ship. There was also a large compartment with 3 rooms, which was prepared for the CIB people. Another large compartment also had 3 rooms, which was prepared for Jiang Hai and the others. After boarding the ship, after all, Jiang Hai also has his own fishing grounds, so his people didn't feel any discomfort. However, people who often go to the sea know that after going out to sea, they can't see anything, so it's quite boring. Sitting on this ship was the same. Because it was summer now, there were no glaciers on the sea level, so naturally, there was nothing to see. Therefore, after staying here for a while, Jiang Hai and the others returned to the cabin. Naturally, after returning, they checked their weapons. When it was time for lunch, they went to eat. The distance from Tierra del Fuego to the South Pole was a total of 800 kilometers, and this ship was relatively fast. It could travel at 20 knots per hour, which was almost 37 kilometers per hour. In other words, if they maintained this speed, it would take them 22 hours to reach the South Pole. What's more, the closer the ship was to the South Pole, the slower it would be because there would be some floating ice or shallow reefs on the sea floor. Therefore, according to Luis Quezada, it would take them more than a day to reach the South Pole. Jiang Hai and the others did not mind. After eating lunch and dinner on the ship, Jiang Hai and the others returned to their rooms to sleep. However, early the next morning, Jiang Hai felt a biting cold wind blowing on him. When he opened his eyes, he found that Azalina, Galina, and Wallace Shelley were curled up together in his arms. He touched the edge of the bed next to him. Originally, when they set off, he felt a little cool at most, but now, his hands were frozen. Looks like we're almost there. He picked up the thermometer on the table. At this time, the air plague had plummeted to about 2 degrees Celsius. Although it was still above 0, it was still very cold. Seeing this, Jiang Hai woke the 3 women up first and asked them to put on their clothes to sleep. Then he went out to wake up Belle Luster and Connor Sun, as well as Little Huang and Xiao Bai in the other room. He also prepared coats for them in advance. Soon after everyone was fully armed, the sky outside also began to brighten. Chapter 949. 20 hours passed by quickly. After Jiang Hai and the others got up, they washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and ate some breakfast. When they went out again, they saw some broken ice floating on the sea surface in the distance from time to time. However, it was completely different from the winter in Antarctica. It was summer here, so there were not too many broken ice. Instead, there were some small islands in the distance with a lot of exposed soil and rocks. With Jiang Hai's eyesight, there were many seabirds, seals, and other creatures on those exposed islands. There were many penguins among them. It was also the time of year when penguins were reproducing. In addition to some black and white penguins, there were also many gray penguins. It was quite interesting to look at from afar. When we get ashore, you will know how annoying these guys are. Although the others did not have Jiang Hai's eyesight, they were also looking with binoculars. But when they saw Jiang Hai and the others' movements, the captain couldn't help but laugh and say. Although Jiang Hai and the others did not understand what he meant now, they knew from the captain's words that these penguins and seals were indeed not good people. As the ship got closer and closer to the Antarctic continent, Jiang Hai and the others also felt the Antarctic winter. They were now by the sea, so the temperature was not very cold. It was about 2 or 3 degrees below zero. But when the sea breeze blew, it was not ordinary cold. Fortunately, Jiang Hai and the others were used to the temperature in his fishing ground, but some of the CIB people could not stand it. The 3 team members were still fine. They were outside all day long, so they could still withstand the wind and sun. They wore thick combat uniforms, tactical vests and other things, and held guns. But the 2 guys, Louis Cazada and Jittered Maud, could not stand it. After looking outside for a while, they returned to the cabin. As for whether they went to get warm, and how to get warm, Jiang Hai and the others did not know. Standing on the ship, they felt the biting cold north wind. Not long after, the outline of a scientific research station in the distance appeared in front of Jiang Hai and the others. Almost all the major countries in the world had scientific research stations in Antarctica. Most of them were from Soviet Russia. This was also the result of the Cold War. At that time, Soviet Russia had been competing with the United States for the position of the world's leader. Whatever the United States did, the United States would do. At that time, Soviet Russia was really strong. But unfortunately, Soviet Russia's heavy industry was extremely developed, but its light industry was really not good. It was almost non-existent. At that time, almost all the light industry came from Huaxia. In the far east of Soviet Russia, which was the Siberian region, people like Jiang Hai and the others had heard of it. Their parents' generation would often take the train to the border. There, they would trade the light industry products from Huaxia for gold or other valuable things. At that time, one of Fu Yuan's relatives was in this business. Once, after he had finished trading, he saw someone selling Caucasian puppies. This type of puppy was worth a few hundred RMB in China at that time, so he took a piece of clothing worth 50 RMB and exchanged it for 2 puppies. He sold one and gave the other to Fu Yuan's family. Jiang Hai and the others knew about this. It was because they only developed heavy industry and did not develop light industry. As the world gradually became peaceful, the main products produced by the heavy industry in Soviet Russia, such as weapons, could not be sold. After that, they were cheated by the United States, and Soviet Russia was finished. Then, they disintegrated. But these things that were inherited from the previous era were still very useful. Currently, Soviet Russia had 8 scientific research stations in Antarctica, which was the most. The second was the United States with 5, followed by Huaxia with 4. Normally, people who came to Antarctica for vacation would first land on Half Moon Island. There was Argentina's Camara Scientific Research Station there. But Jiang Hai was not here for vacation, so they went straight to the American Scientific Research Station. The big ship slowly docked at the bridge outside the Scientific Research Station. Then, Jiang Hai and the others prepared to disembark. But just as they were about to disembark, the people on the ship were also preparing to disembark. "Are you going to wait for us here?" Jiang Hai looked at these people and asked with some doubts. Of course, the CIA officer paid for the round trip. "There are no fish now, so it's better for us to wait for you. Moreover, there are many entertainment programs here." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the captain laughed. Looking at his smile, Jiang Hai was a little confused. What entertainment could there be in this world of ice and snow? Jiang Hai shook his head. Since these people were not leaving, it would save him a lot of trouble. Carrying his things, Jiang Hai got off the ship and went to the center of the scientific research station. There were some exposed areas with a large group of penguins and seals. The seals were more or less clever. When they saw the ship coming from afar, most of the seals dove into the cold sea. Although they did not swim away, they watched the people on the ship from the sea. If these people had the intention to attack them, these guys would immediately dive into the sea and escape. The penguins were much more stupid. In fact, no one would catch a penguin. First, because there were really many of these animals. Second, because these things were really worthless. The skin of penguins was really not suitable to be made into clothes. Although they looked like this, the fur on their skin was really feathers. It might not be as useful as duck feathers or goose feathers. Also, who would go through so much trouble to come to Antarctica to kill these creatures? Next was the meat of this creature. Perhaps it was to keep out the cold, so it was all fat. If it was in ancient times, these moving pieces of fat might have been really popular with the common people, but who would eat them now? This was the reality. Therefore, there were 120 million of these creatures in Antarctica alone. They had nothing to do with being endangered or high risk. The seals in Antarctica could eat 15 penguins a day, so these things were really not a lot. After getting off the ship, Jiang Hai knew the first reason why penguins were so annoying, because these guys were too smelly. When they were on the ship, they were far away, and the wind was blowing from the south to the north. After all, it was summer, so Jiang Hai did not smell it. When he got off the ship, he felt like he had entered a chicken farm. Penguins were the same as most birds. They didn't have a fixed place to defecate. They could defecate wherever they wanted. Therefore, from afar, one couldn't see clearly. Now that they were closer, they could see bird feces everywhere. The stench combined with the fishy smell of the sea almost made Jiang Hai vomit. Even his subordinates couldn't help it. Fortunately, these people were all experienced fighters. Whether it was Azalina or Belle, they were not weak. Knerson Peters used to fight in the underworld. He had endured human feces mixed with blood in the ring, let alone bird poop, so he did not do anything else. Among the CIA people, the three soldiers naturally did not care, but the woman, Jittered Maud, and Louis Cazada, vomited on the spot when the wind blew. After they got used to it, they covered their noses and walked out of the area. They entered the scientific research station that belonged to the United States in the distance. As soon as they walked in, they saw a fat man holding a beer and looking at Jiang Hai and the others with a smile. Especially when he saw the four women who came with the team, his eyes could not help but light up. "Welcome, welcome. Come in, please." The guy smiled at Jiang Hai and the others and said with a smile, "This is Dr. Vistan Karl, the person in charge of this scientific research station." Seeing this guy being so enthusiastic, Louis Cazada, who had just calmed down, also took a deep breath, walked in front, and introduced Jiang Hai. "Hello, doctor." Hearing that he was the person in charge here, Jiang Hai frowned. His sixth sense told him that this guy was definitely up to no good, especially when he looked at the three women beside him just now. But because this was his territory, Jiang Hai still reached out and shook his hand. "This is Jiang Hai, Mr. Jiang. He's going to Antarctica to take a look. We will stay here for the night and leave early tomorrow morning." When Jiang Hai shook hands with him, Louis Cazada also introduced Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, the doctor also smiled. In fact, how could he know Jiang Hai? But that did not prevent him from saying something like, "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time," but his eyes kept glancing at Azalina and the others. Looking at him, Azalina and the others also frowned. This guy seems to be a little bit of a pervert. "Please come in, I'll introduce you to the situation here." Maybe he saw the disgust in Azalina's expression, but he did not care. He smiled and led Jianghai and the others in. Not long after, Jianghai and the others walked into the scientific research station. The scientific research station was divided into three major areas: the living area, the scientific research area, and the observation area. The so-called observation area was an open-air platform. Of course, there was a glass cover outside to block the wind. Here, one could observe and record the celestial phenomenon of Antarctica. There were many machines and the like in the scientific research area, which Jianghai could not understand. The living area was definitely one of the largest areas in the scientific research station. Everyone had their own independent living space. There was a huge warehouse, a bar area, a place for bathing, a kitchen, a dining room, and so on. However, Jianghai found that in this scientific research station, regardless of whether it was men or women, they were all looking at Jianghai and the others strangely. The men were looking at the women in Jianghai's team presumptuously, while the women were looking at Jianghai. Many women were about to drool at the sight of Connaughton Peters, who was a big and tall man. Chapter 950. What does this mean? Jianghai looked at the eyes of these people in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that these people still looked like humans, he would have thought that he was in a Resident Evil world. Why do these people's eyes look so strange? Oh, I'm not sure. I'll go and ask right away. Louis Cazada also felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so after thinking for a while, he said something to Jianghai. He then nodded to Jittered Maud behind him. After Jittered Maud saw Louis Cazada nodding, she immediately took out a smartphone. However, her phone was different from ordinary smartphones. The system of this phone was the internal system of the CIA. No one could hack it, not even Wallace Shelley. And it seemed that the technology behind it was also very strong. Basically, a mobile phone is a transparent piece of glass. It's very thin, and if it's not turned on, others can't see it. Of course, they can see it themselves. Jianghai has always been very interested in this kind of black technology, but for this kind of black technology, he feels that it's ordinary because he doesn't lack such black technology. Don't forget, he was a shareholder of Google, although the smart system in his house was not yet complete. But before he left, the two guys at Google also gave Jianghai a new bracelet that was connected to his glasses. When he wanted to make a call, he did not need to take out his phone anymore. He could directly look at it with his eyes. The bracelet would project the phone screen, and he could directly operate it on it. It could be projected into the air, on his arm, or on the table, etc. The technology seemed to be very powerful, so he was not envious of the transparent phone. After all, we don't have much hot water here. In the kitchen over there, dinner time is at 5:30 p.m. If you have any requests, remember to tell the chef in advance. The chef will try his best to satisfy your requests, but the amount is up to them. There's a public bath here, and there's a bar over there. As long as someone is there, you can buy beer. Beer is free, but foreign wine costs money. You can't enter the research room, but the observation deck doesn't matter. Any other questions? At this time, Vestin Karl led Jianghai and the others to a row of rooms and said to Jianghai. After hearing that there were no more questions, Jianghai and the others also got the keys to their respective rooms. After opening the door, they also walked into their rooms. But when he saw that Azalina, Wallace Shelley, and Galina Vizcaya had all moved into Jianghai's room, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, then sighed helplessly, turned around, and left. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood now. What do you mean? Looking at the man who seemed to be unhappy walking away, Jianghai frowned and asked with some puzzlement. Ahem, we seem to have broken the rules here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Guitar Maud's face inexplicably blushed, then he showed the information in his hand to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned, then his expression became a little strange. Because the information written on it seemed a bit ridiculous, to be honest, Jiang Hai himself found it quite difficult to accept what was written on the information. Because the geographical conditions in Antarctica were somewhat special, this place could only be entered for 3 months in a year, and there were still 9 months where it could not be entered. Therefore, supply ships and the like would transport enough materials for these people to live for 9 months during these 3 months, then these people from the scientific research station would be left here for 9 months. During this time, they couldn't contact their families, so naturally there was no entertainment to speak of. Because the sunlight in Antarctica was very short during winter, electricity was also available. Everyone lived together all day without electricity, there was nothing to play with, and there was almost no way to go out. Under such circumstances, the Americans, or rather the Westerners, were originally very indulgent. Just like in the ancient Xia, everyone went to bed early and there was no nightlife. Under such circumstances, there was nothing else to do except for not being able to write about it. Therefore, there was also an unwritten rule in the Antarctic Scientific Research Station, which was to make this place an independent existence from the rest of the world. Here, the way to vent was to find a partner, which was what the people here called an ice wife or an ice husband. Many of these people were married people, so they didn't care about this. Each person would use at least 120 condoms every year, not to mention when they didn't bring any. Therefore, the Antarctic Scientific Research Station would give these people an experience every year, the most important of which was to check for diseases such as AIDS. Although these scientific research stations tried to recruit people according to a 1-to-1 ratio, not many women were willing to come, so basically, the recruitment ratio was about 2-to-1. In this way, in the scientific research station, women were well-deserved queens. They had the right to choose their own partners, and the men were somewhat depressed. This time, when they saw that there were 4 beautiful women in Jiang Hai's group, the men were very excited. However, when they saw Azalina and the others living in Jiang Hai's room, they knew that they had no chance, so Dr. Carl sighed helplessly. It seems that this place is really messy. After reading the information, Jiang Hai then gave the phone to Jittered Maud and curled his lips. He knew that these guys were up to no good just now. Don't go out easily tonight. Don't cause any trouble. Tomorrow morning, we will leave after getting the supplies. Louis Cazada, who also read the information, also said at this time, then walked into his room. Jittered Maud thought for a while and followed in. Sure enough, the 2 of them were having an affair. As for Jiang Hai and the others, they also returned to their rooms. After resting in the room, Jiang Hai and the others went to the restaurant for dinner in the evening. When they were in the restaurant, naturally, many people paid attention to Jiang Hai and the others, but they were not stupid. Maybe they knew that they couldn't afford to offend these people, and they were all taken, so these people didn't come to trouble Jiang Hai and the others. They just watched from a distance. Of course, the most important reason was that these people had actually just arrived. It was summer now, so naturally, they could go back and forth through the supply ship, so they didn't need much now. After dinner, Jiang Hai and the others went back to rest. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai and the others left here. However, before they left, they naturally had to get the supplies. The CIA's work, especially with Jiang Hai's financial support, was very reliable. The scientific research station here had already prepared the things they needed. There were 6 huge snowmobiles, each of which could seat 4 people, but now only 2 people could ride each one because they still had to store supplies and so on. There were also a lot of supplies. There were windproof tents, special pots, alcohol blocks, medical kits, and things similar to heat packs. There were also military shovels, pickaxes, hammers, and so on. There were all kinds of tools, but most of them were food. In Antarctica, there was no shortage of water. The seawater couldn't freeze because only water vapor could freeze and turn into snow. So all the snow and ice in Antarctica was freshwater. This didn't matter. The main thing was food, such as special jerky, chocolate bars, compressed biscuits. Although these things tasted very bad, in Antarctica, these were all life-saving things. The last and most important thing was fuel, gasoline. Jiang Hai's snowmobiles were a mixture of gasoline and electricity. There was a solar panel on the snowmobiles. During the day, they could use the electricity to run. If there was not enough electricity, or if it was a cloudy day for a long time, or if they had to travel at night, then they could use gasoline. Because gasoline was a mixed liquid, its freezing point, which was the so-called freezing point, was different. Generally speaking, the freezing point of gasoline in China was between -35 to 45 degrees Celsius. In some extremely cold places, it could also reach 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. However, at the Antarctic Scientific Research Station, it was -60 to -70 degrees Celsius all year round, or even colder. Therefore, the freezing point of gasoline here was -80 degrees Celsius, which was also the lowest temperature. -80 degrees Celsius was enough to deal with a lot of situations. Of course, if it reached -80 degrees Celsius or above, then there was no need to go out. Not everyone would seek death at that time. For Jiang Hai, he had spent money anyway, so Jiang Hai and the others didn't stand on ceremony. After packing more than a dozen bags of supplies and more than 20 barrels of gasoline, they left the scientific research station, avoiding the reluctant gazes of these guys. After going outside, Jiang Hai and the others were naturally fully armed. Even Jiang Hai and Xiao Bai were wearing their own custom-made clothes and two specially made anti-snow goggles. Sitting behind Jiang Hai's snowmobile, they looked quite impressive. Then, Jiang Hai and the others drove the 6 snowmobiles and sped towards the interior of Antarctica. Although Louis Cazada had never been to Antarctica personally, he knew the route and location very well, so he just needed to follow his navigation. Although the snowmobiles couldn't be compared to real motorcycles, they were still very fast here, almost reaching a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour. However, although they weren't slow, the snowmobiles were almost silent because there were snow mountains and glaciers everywhere in Antarctica. If they weren't careful, they could cause an avalanche. Chapter 951. Let's camp here tonight. There's a plane in front of us. It looks like we won't be able to get out today. The strong wind was mixed with snowflakes, constantly blowing on Jiang Hai and the others. Louis Cazada pointed at the electronic map in his hand while speaking to Jiang Hai next to him. Jiang Hai also glanced at the endless plain in the distance and nodded gently. Then the two of them separated and jumped down from the snow slope in front of them. They entered the 2 small camps behind them, one on the left and one on the right. This was where they lived. There were 2 tents on each side, one big and one small. They looked pretty good. It was said that one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be vigilant against others. Although they came together, Jiang Hai and Louis Cazada still moved forward in 2 separate groups. They did not mix together. Every day when they set up camp, they would arrange the snowmobiles in 2 rows and place them in the middle as a cordon. Jiang Hai was on the right, and Louis Cazada was on the right. Both sides minded their own business and ate their own food. They did not trust each other, but they were together. This journey had been going on for 3 days now. Yes, it had been 3 days since Jiang Hai and the others set off from the scientific research station. During these 3 days, Jiang Hai and the others had been moving towards their goal. Because there was no place to rest, Jiang Hai and the others spent the rest of their time on the snowmobiles, except for when they set up camp. According to the calculation, they ran for 13 hours a day, 80 kilometers an hour. That was more than 1,000 kilometers a day. Of course, they were not walking in a straight line. The road to the South Pole was not completely flat. There were many snow valleys, glaciers, and snow mountains. Sometimes, Jiang Hai and the others had to jump over them. Sometimes, Jiang Hai and the others had to go around them. All of these took time. But even so, 3 days had passed, and Jiang Hai and the others had advanced about 4/5 of the way. After jumping over the plain in front of them, they should be near the mountain that was destroyed by the high-altitude landing plan. That was their goal. Walking into the tent, Jiang Hai saw that his people were also busy. Wallace Shelley was fiddling with her electronic equipment. These things were to ensure that Jiang Hai would have the ability to walk out of here if he fell out with Louis Cazada. She had to be careful. Bell Luster was wiping his gun. He had been running for the past few days, but he did not look tired. After all, he used to be from the Triangular State. Although he had never been to the South Pole, he must have undergone a lot of training. Knerson Peters was doing push-ups. To him, only by exercising his body could he protect Jiang Hai. Azalina and Galina were in front of a pot, boiling the melted snow inside. Beside them were penguins that were only left with fat and skin. Of course, there were still a lot of feathers on the skin. The feathers on the penguins were indeed feathers, not animal fur. However, these feathers were very small and looked like fine scales. The insulation effect was okay, but not very good. The biggest function of the feathers was waterproof and reduce underwater resistance. As Jiang Hai and the others went deeper and deeper into the South Pole, there was no water in the vicinity. There was ice and snow everywhere. Occasionally, there would be some water caves and the like. Under such circumstances, most creatures would find it difficult to live here. Therefore, there were many seabirds in the periphery of the South Pole, such as seagulls and other creatures, but they had completely disappeared here. In the past 3 days, Jiang Hai could count the number of seals he saw with his fingers. The only thing that was more abundant was the penguins. Jiang Hai had seen a lot of penguins, and he also knew some of the habits of these creatures. To be honest, penguins have a lot of fans both in China and abroad. However, this kind of creature is really a kind of creature. This kind of creature is very sneaky. It often steals things or attacks humans or other creatures. Moreover, although they lived together, their social relationships were very chaotic. The penguins in the South Pole were all lascivious thieves and sluts. Although they were monogamous on the surface, as long as the two were separated, they would do that kind of thing crazily. Even the seals were led astray by the penguins. Originally, the seals caught the penguins to eat, but now the seals sometimes caught the penguins to play. Needless to say, although the penguins were different species, the most important thing was to get into the penguins. Therefore, the parents of penguins took turns to incubate the eggs. When the female incubated the eggs, the male would go out to look for food, and then go crazy. Cough cough when the male incubated the eggs, the female would go out to look for food, and then go crazy. Cough cough this was the reality. Most penguins, while raising their own children, would also break other penguins' eggs and bite other penguins' chicks to death. These were all seen by Jiang Hai with his own eyes. Therefore, penguins were really bad creatures. Jiang Hai had also said before that this kind of creature was actually quite bad. However, once, when Jiang Hai and Xiao Bai went out to play, they caught a penguin back. Jiang Hai wanted to try it out, so he cooked it and ate it. In the end, he found that if only the lean meat inside was eaten, the taste was actually not bad, but it was a little too fishy. However, this was easy to solve. Jiang Hai brought wine and ginger, which were all things to remove the fishy smell. The penguin meat cooked with these things tasted good, and it had a kind of beef and mutton taste. Of course, there was no way to eat the fat. The skin, claws, and head were all inedible. However, in this kind of weather, being able to eat a bite of fresh meat was also a good enjoyment. Jiang Hai and the others had been eating like this for 2 days. Soon, Azalina and Galina finished cooking the pot of penguin meat. After quietly throwing away the soup, they boiled a new pot of water and threw the penguin meat, dried vegetables, and other things into the pot. As the water in the pot boiled again, the smell of broth filled the tent. Smelling this smell, everyone's eyes also focused on it. As the broth was ready, Azalina also gave everyone a big bowl of broth. Little Huang and Xiaobai also had a bowl each. Then, with the compressed biscuits, Jiang Hai and the others also started eating. They should be arriving soon. Azalina asked Jiang Hai while eating. Well, they should be arriving soon. Abel nodded. According to Louis Cazada, they should be arriving tomorrow. Then we have to be careful. Galina also looked at Azalina and said after hearing what Jiang Hai said. Don't worry, they won't have the guts to touch us before they find out anything. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also smiled and said. He was telling the truth. For a privileged person like him, there was really nothing to be afraid of. There's no harm in being careful, boss. At this time, Bell smiled at the side. He still supported Galina's statement. Well, there's no harm in being careful. Hearing Bell's words, Jiang Hai nodded. There's no harm in being careful. Soon, everyone finished the food in front of them, and then Bell and Knursen Peters returned to their tent. Little Huang and Xiaobai also ran outside the tent sensibly. They will be on guard nearby and will come back to sleep during the day tomorrow. Compared to being on guard, they are actually more dutiful. Then, only Jiang Hai and the other 3 were left in the tent. Of course, this is the Great South Pole. Jiang Hai is not crazy enough to make children in the tent, but rubbing and hugging are inevitable, and they are more used to this. After changing his clothes, Jiang Hai hugged the 3 girls and fell asleep. The night passed without any words. The next morning, Azalina heated a pot of water again. After everyone washed up, they looked at the direction of the wind. After all, it was summer. Although the wind was about level 7, they could still walk. After putting on their equipment and packing their things, Jiang Hai and the others rode their snowmobiles, jumped over the snowy peak in front of them, and headed towards the plains in front of them. Along the way, everyone's speed was not slow, and they soon rushed to the plains. However, as the old saying goes, looking at a mountain is close enough to kill a horse. Nothing can be done based on the scenery on the plains. Therefore, even though the mountain did not seem far away, Jiang Hai and the others ran from dawn to dusk before they arrived at this place. After arriving here, both Louis Cazada and Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. For the whole day, they did not rest except for a short break when they had lunch. They kept running and finally arrived. After arriving at the snowy peak, Louis Cazada looked at Jiang Hai and said in a low voice, according to the information on the map, the entrance to the underground city is halfway up the mountain. Are we going tonight or tomorrow? If I say that we'll go tomorrow, will you believe me? Glancing at Louis Cazada, Jiang Hai smiled and said. To be honest, since they were already here, it was impossible for Jiang Hai not to want to go directly. Oh, I don't really believe you. Then let's spend the night in the cave at the entrance. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Cazada also laughed. As he said, he did not believe that Jiang Hai would not sneak up. In this case, instead of following Jiang Hai after knowing that he had sneaked out, it was better to go in together. He was really curious. What did Jiang Hai want to do? Then let's go. Since it had been decided, Jiang Hai did not say much. With a wave of his hand, the people around him started the snowmobiles one by one and rode towards the direction of the mountain. Although the speed of climbing up the mountain was much slower, it was fortunate that the mountain was very short. It was only about 3,000 meters, and the position halfway up the mountain was more than 1,000 meters. Although the higher they went, the stronger the wind and the colder it became, everyone could still barely hold on. Finally, before the sky was completely dark, Jiang Hai and the others arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, what entered their eyes was a huge cave. Chapter 952. Looking at the huge cave in front of him, Jiang Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a low voice, "Is this it?" "Well, this is it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Quezada glanced at the GPS in his hand and said with certainty. At the same time, he also swallowed a mouthful of saliva because the cave in front of him looked really eye-catching. The discovery of this cave was quite accidental. During the United States high-altitude landing operation, a plane happened to hit this snowy mountain and then fell not far away from the mountainside. The model of that plane was R-4D. Everyone may not be familiar with this name because this plane was also built during World War II. However, it belonged to the Army and did not appear many times. After all, the United States Army did not send many of them out. Most of them were from the Navy, and the Navy's plane was called the C-47. When the United States joined the war, they got a lot of these planes and flew them all over the world. The British called this plane the Dakota, the Hua Xia called it the Miling, and the Europeans during the European War also called it the Albatross. At that time, more than 80% of the planes used in the United States airborne operations were this kind of plane, so it was not an exaggeration to say that this plane changed the course of World War II. During the United States airborne operations, an R-4D plane fell here. There were a total of 9 people on the plane, but in fact, all 9 of them were still alive. However, after 3 of them found this cave, they wanted to go in alone to take a look. Then, they were killed. Of course, this incident was not reported. Otherwise, why would 3 people die inexplicably when the pilot, who was severely burned, survived? Later, these people relied on 2 cans of peanut butter hidden by one of their comrades to wait for the rescue team to arrive. This cave was then discovered by the Americans. However, after the Americans went in, they found that it was actually just a military base. There were many empty buildings and materials inside, but no people. It seemed that the theory that Hitler fled here was not correct. Later, they emptied the research materials here and started a Cold War with the Soviets. That was how things unfolded. But this time, it was Jiang Hai and the others who came. Looking at the cave in front of them, Jiang Hai and the others were not in a hurry to go in because no one knew what was going on inside. Jiang Hai pulled Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai, who were clearly a little impatient, and exchanged glances with Louis Quezada. The 2 of them were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they set up camp here. If there was anything, they could talk about it after tonight. Since the cave was right in front of them, Jiang Hai was not in a hurry, and Louis Quezada was even less anxious. Just like a few nights ago, the 6 motorcycles lined up in a row, blocking the middle. Then, Jiang Hai and the others went to sleep in separate tents. Although Jiang Hai kept dreaming that night, he was really curious about this place. But he did not go in alone. The next morning, after Jiang Hai and Louis Quezada finished packing up, they walked into the cave. This cave was obviously dug by humans, but it should have been here a long time ago. Jiang Hai and the others were still very orderly. After all, there were more than one or two people who knew about military affairs here. The two dogs, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai, took the lead. They carried flashlights and hat lamps and went in to explore. Jiang Hai was quite confident in his two dogs. With their level and strength, they were far from being harmed by ordinary traps. If there were any accidents, they could deal with them and even wait for Jiang Hai and the others to arrive. Even if they could not, they could still retreat. This was something that Jiang Hai was very confident in. Then came Connerson Peters and Isaac Williams. The two of them were in front, followed by Wallace Shelley and Jittered Maud. Jiang Hai, Galena, and Bell were on the left, while Louis Cazada and Keys Leslie were on the right. Azalina and Cazada Hall were at the end of the group, keeping an eye on the situation outside. Each of them had two flashlights, one on top of their heads, and one tied to their guns. They illuminated the dark parts of the cave, making it as bright as day. The further they went, the deeper they felt the cave was. I can see that the Third Reich was really powerful back then. If it had really unified Europe and Soviet Russia, the situation in the world would probably be completely different now. Louis Cazada also looked at the wall beside him. Thinking about how someone could dig such a cave in the Antarctic 70 years ago, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. At least, it was hard for him to imagine. The problem is that he lost. In fact, there is nothing bad about the current world, right? Hearing Louis Cazada's words, Jiang Hai smiled. He did not care about history, nor did he care about which empire was the strongest. He only cared about himself. You could say that he was selfish, you could say that he was shameless, and you could say that he was unpatriotic. In fact, the only person Jiang Hai loved was himself. Other than himself, there were only those who were related to him. Beyond these people, there would be countries, nations, and so on. These were the life values of an ordinary person. You could not use any moral standards to kidnap him because he did not care about you at all. He was no longer a hot-blooded 17 or 18-year-old young man. His blood had long since turned cold. Well, although I don't want to admit it, you are right, Louis Cazada said in a low voice as he shrugged. Woof woof, woof woof. At this moment, a few dog barks came from afar. It was neither fast nor slow. After hearing it, Jiang Hai nodded secretly. This was also his, Goldie's, and Xiao Bai's secret signal. If they encountered an enemy that they could not defeat, they would retreat quietly. If they were discovered, they would bark quickly. If there was no danger and they had reached the end, they would bark slowly to remind Jiang Hai and the others. Now that the two dogs were barking slowly, Jiang Hai knew that there would be no problem. So he also quickened his pace and walked inside. As they turned a corner in the cave, a huge metal door appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai and the others could not help but stop and look at the door with a shocked expression. This giant door was really big, about 7 or 8 meters tall. It was made of pure metal. In this cave, at the same time, it looked gloomy, but at the same time, there was a sense of deterrence. In the middle of the door, there was a huge symbol of a reverse cross standing there. However, perhaps because it was too old, a lot of paint had fallen off on the anti-cross sign. It was faintly black, but overall, it was still gray. At this time, Goldie and Xiao Bai were in front of the door. When they saw Jiang Hai and the others coming, they stopped barking and sniffed around. What should we do now? Looking at the door in front of him, Jiang Hai walked over and gently patted the metal door. He heard a clanging sound, then turned his head and looked at Louis Cazada. According to the information, this door can only be opened with a mechanism. Let me see, it should be here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Cazada thought for a while and began to look around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to find a protruding stone. If he looked carefully, he would find a very hidden circle on the stone. This was the mechanism to enter the door. Seeing this, Louis Quixote couldn't help but press his right hand on it. Unfortunately, the mechanism he had imagined would be triggered, and the door did not open. Perhaps it was because it was too old, rusted, or frozen. In short, Louis Quixote's face turned red, but the door did not move at all. "Let me try." Seeing that his boss could not do it, Habakkuk Hall also went over, but unfortunately, it was still useless. Then, Sears Leslie and Isaac Williams also tried, but the result was no use. Looking at them, Jiang Hai could not stand it anymore. He walked over and motioned for Isaac Williams to move aside. To be honest, the three people from the CIB were not very optimistic about Jiang Hai. In their opinion, other than being rich, Jiang Hai did not have any other abilities. The ones they really needed to pay attention to in this team were Belle from the Triangular State and Azalina. Of course, they had to be especially careful of Knerson Peters in close combat. This guy's close combat ability was not bad. If they were to rank the danger level of Jiang Hai's team, Azalina, a former agent and assassin, would be number 1. Bale, a soldier of the Triangular State, would be number 2. Galena Vasilkaya would be number 3. Coniston Peters would be number 4, and Wallace Shelley would be number 5. What? Not Jiang Hai. Xiao Bai would be 6th, Xiao Huang would be 7th, and Jiang Hai would be 8th. If Jiang Hai knew what they were thinking, he would probably kill them. But because Jiang Hai was rich, Isaac did not say anything and just backed away. He also wanted to see Jiang Hai lose face. However, to his disappointment, when Jiang Hai put his hand on the stone, he could feel that the inside of the stone was rusted to death. For an average person, there was no way to move it. Unfortunately, he was not an average person. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hai's physical fitness, which was 8 times that of an ordinary person's, burst forth in an instant. Jiang Hai's hand forcibly pushed the rusty mechanism an inch further in. Then, he exerted more force and pushed it another inch. Even with this last inch, he was able to force open a gap in the door in front of him. Although the gap wasn't big, it wasn't a problem for a person to walk in. Phew! Let's go. Looking at the door stuck there, Jiang Hai also let go of his hand and said with a sigh of relief. Seeing Jiang Hai open the door like this, Louis Quixote and the others were stunned. Chapter 953. Who the hell, born with divine strength? Looking at Jiang Hai opening the door, Louis Quixote and the others were stunned. Among them, Habakkuk Hall looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Hai to have such divine strength. Just now, they saw clearly that Jiang Hai didn't use any tricks, he just used his strength to push the switch in. For them, how could this be possible? It was too cruel. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai just smiled, then signaled the 2 dogs to go in first. After waiting for a while, after hearing the 2 dogs barking, Jiang Hai and the others also went in. After Jiang Hai and the others went in, Louis Quixote and the others immediately followed. But after entering the door, Jiang Hai and the others couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because after walking in, you will find that there is actually nothing here. This is just a very large hall, very large. In the entire hall, there are many tables and chairs, but these tables and chairs are now frozen, although there is a lot of dust on them. They are not rotten. In the middle of the hall, there is a platform that looks like a speech platform. On top of it, there is a red reverse cross with black words, representing who owns this place. The entire space is gray, as if it can't be washed clean. Other than that, there is nothing else here. It really looks very ordinary. Boss, there is a distribution map here. At this time, Belle looked around in the distance, then said to Jiang Hai. Hearing Belle's words, Jiang Hai and the others looked at each other, then walked over and checked it. The internal distribution map here is engraved on a huge stone, which will not be destroyed by the passage of time. The distribution map on the stone is very deep and obvious. Jiang Hai and the others should be in the main hall now. In addition to the main hall, there is a rest area, living area, planting area, information area, and military area. Rather than calling it an underground fortress, it would be more appropriate to call it an underground city. Back then, when the Germans built this place, it seemed like they were really going to use it as a place to live. Not only were there troops stationed here, but there were also civilians and scientists. It seemed like the Chancellor was really going to move the elites of the Third Reich here. There's almost no important information here. Basically, all the important information has been taken away by the Federation. Looking at the map, Louis Cazada said to Jiang Hai. Indeed, there is no information on this map. Whether it was about weapons or people's livelihood, the Americans would not stay. Let's go take a look. However, it was a pity that Jiang Hai didn't want weapons, nor did he want people's livelihood. What he wanted was information about the totem. If they didn't have it here, then it would be troublesome for him to get it from the United States. What they wanted was most likely Jiang Hai's farming methods. At that time, he would have no choice but to give up. After preparing for the worst, Jiang Hai's first step was to go to the reference room. According to what was written on the map, the reference room was behind the plantation area. To go to the reference room, they must first go to the plantation area. Jiang Hai and the others walked towards the plantation area first. After passing through a gate and a long corridor, the plantation area appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Looking at the plantation area in front of them, Jiang Hai and the others couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was because the plantation area was really big. At a glance, it wasn't small at all. Most importantly, this was only one plantation area. According to the map, there were almost 20 such plantation areas. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, this place was about 500 acres, which was about 2 square kilometers in size. 20 of them would be 40 square kilometers in size. He had to admit that these Germans were really powerful. They could actually make so much space in the ice and snow of Antarctica. In fact, 70 years later, this would definitely be a huge project. But 70 years ago, the Germans quietly made such a thing. It was really terrifying. The soil here is so fertile. Knersen Peters, who had been following Harriman Fells in the fields these days, squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This was underground, not above ground. So although the temperature was low, it wasn't as low as above ground. The water vapor didn't completely freeze. Although he didn't know where the soil came from, in Jiang Hai's view, the soil here wasn't worse than the soil in Jiang Hai's hometown in the northeast. The soil here could be kneaded into a ball with just a light pinch. Moreover, it was not like mud. This was soil because if you shook it again, the soil would scatter. This was completely different from yellow soil and sand. This was the most suitable black soil for farming. This soil has been untouched for more than 70 years. It would be strange if it wasn't fertile. Hearing Knersen Peters' words, Louis Cazada also looked at the soil and said with a smile. Then Jiang Hai and the others no longer bothered about the soil problem and continued to walk inside. They had to admit that the Germans were really creative. The planting areas later were actually different. Some were smaller and were surrounded one by one. They should be used to raise chickens or pigs. There were also some puddles that should be used to raise fish. As for the land that Jiang Hai saw at the beginning, it should be used to grow wheat. It was known that foreigners liked to eat bread and not rice, so their main food source was wheat. After walking through these planting areas, Jiang Hai and the others came to the reference room from afar. But when he walked in, he found that the place was much messier than the outside. There were dust and smashed tables and chairs everywhere. There were also a lot of papers on the ground. It was a mess because when the Americans found this place, February was almost over. They had to rush back before February to transport the important things here. The reference room was naturally the most important, so they took the most important materials and left in a panic. Some of the less important materials were scattered here. For them, these things were nothing. After Jiang Hai walked into the reference room, he picked up a piece of paper and patted off the dust on it. Jiang Hai looked at it carefully. As a result, after reading a few lines, he threw the paper away. It turned out to be a poem praising Hitler and the Führer. Jiang Hai had nothing to say about it. He was not here to look for this thing. "Mr. Jiang, what are you looking for? Do you need our help?" Seeing Jiang Hai bend down and pick up a piece of paper again, Louis Kazada couldn't help but ask Jiang Hai with a smile. However, Jiang Hai shook his head. What a joke. How could he tell him what he wanted? So, he flatly refused. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't want to talk to him, Louis Kazada just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since Jiang Hai had already decided, then he might as well listen to him. Then he took his people and casually browsed through the information in the room. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Germany was still very powerful in the past. If it wasn't for them seeking death, then perhaps the situation of the world would be different now. In fact, if one wasn't in the position, one shouldn't meddle in politics. Looking at it now, the biggest problem with Germany's strategy was that they didn't destroy the United Kingdom and unify Europe first. Instead, they went to attack Russia. After all, there were too few Germans, so the initial elites were quickly defeated. The logistics couldn't keep up, and the rhythm couldn't be set. This slowly became troublesome. But in fact, there were also scholars who said that Germany had no choice but to do so. After the end of World War I, Germany's economy had already been destroyed by Europe. After Hitler came to power, although the economy recovered a little, the nature of the people was still very bad. They needed to occupy more land and more living space to stimulate their national pride and strong combat power. As the saying went, it was just drawing a big picture to make the people proud and stimulate their combat power. That was all. When they attacked Europe, they actually did well in the beginning. But when they attacked the United Kingdom, there were some problems. At that time, the world's strongest country was not so easy to defeat. The United Kingdom was an island country. Yes, it was not connected to the European continent. If they wanted to attack the United Kingdom, they would need to cross the sea. However, Germany's army was invincible. How could their navy compete with the United Kingdom, the world's #1 country? So, after the evacuation of Dunkirk, Germany was actually unable to attack the United Kingdom. The bombing of London was just for show, to dispel their feelings of resistance. As long as the British did not surrender, the Germans could not do much. However, the domestic economy needed to be stimulated by continuous victories. Therefore, the Germans had no choice but to give up on the British and turn to attack Soviet Russia. However, Soviet Russia was bitterly cold. During the summer, everything would be fine, but it would be over in the winter. At that time, Germany's main tactic was not to push, but to use blitzkrieg and mechanized troops to push forward. But once it was winter, the petrol would freeze, and tanks would need a few hours to move. Under such circumstances, a bicycle or a horse could run dozens of times faster than a tank. How could you fight? So, when winter came, Germany was at a loss. Originally, Operation Typhoon was going well and they had occupied a lot of territory. But they were blocked by the cold and could not advance. So, the problem of attacking the United Kingdom came again. If there was no way to win, then there was no way to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people, and there was no way to prevent the economy from collapsing. Therefore, they could only open up a third route. These were all things that they had no choice but to do. Back then, Germany was more like the ancient nomads. They had to use war to support war. Once they failed, they would be finished. This was also the main reason for their failure. Of course, Italy was weak, and Japan did not restrain the Soviet Union. Instead, they provoked the United States. When all these factors were added together, it led to the destruction of the Third Reich. Chapter 954. How Germany lost had nothing to do with Jiang Hai. What he was most concerned about now was the thing he was looking for. Jiang Hai picked up every piece of paper on the ground and flipped through them casually. Perhaps they saw what Jiang Hai was doing, but the people around him also moved. Knerson Peters, Azzolina, and Wallace Shelley also picked up the papers. Only Bell Luster and Galena were still guarding against the CIA people. It was said that many hands made light work. Not long after, Jiang Hai had about 100 pieces of paper in his hands. Jiang Hai looked through them one by one. The more he looked, the more disappointed he became. However, his hope also grew. This was because the hundreds of pieces of paper were basically poems, records of local customs, or some interesting stories. Jiang Hai was very sure that there was no dragon in Huaxia in Europe. Now, the interesting stories written on the papers might contain records of the existence of the dragon-shaped badge. After all, there were even records of 10,000 characters, which was the 10,000 characters that Buddha Xiong spoke of. Therefore, although these pieces of paper were wrong, Jiang Hai did not care and continued to flip through them. Soon, they found that in addition to some pieces of paper that had fallen, there were still some documents left in some cabinets. In the middle of these documents, Jiang Hai's eyes suddenly widened. He felt that he had found something. Jiang Hai didn't know what was written on this piece of paper because it was written in German. However, Jiang Hai recognized the dragon emblem printed on this piece of paper. It seems that this thing was most likely an introduction to this thing. Therefore, Jiang Hai gestured to Azzolina and Wallace Shelley, who were still searching. The two also understood Jiang Hai's gesture. When they quietly reported to Jiang Hai, they saw the paper in Jiang Hai's hand. At the same time, Jiang Hai also pointed to the badge. After knowing their goal this time, the two of them were more purposeful in their search. As for Jiang Hai, he quietly called Goldie over and stuffed the paper into his winter clothes. Then, he pretended to continue his search. To be honest, although Louis Cazada was curious about what Jiang Hai was looking for, to be honest, he had already seen the things here. What was written on the paper were some geographical records, some imagination of the people of the Third Reich, or some poems that praised them. To be honest, if some writers or geographers were to get their hands on this information, they might be very happy. However, as an agent and a soldier, Louis Cazada was quite disdainful of these things. In his opinion, these things were just the imagination of the people from the empire who were sucking up to them. There was no basis for any reality at all. Most of the things were nonsense. Therefore, he felt a little speechless that Jiang Hai was interested in these things. However, this did not prevent him from bringing Jiang Hai here. We're almost done. Basically, we can't find it. After searching here for about 3 hours, Jiang Hai and the others temporarily stopped. After Azzolina gestured a 6 to Jiang Hai, she whispered to Jiang Hai. Wallace Shelley also gestured an 8, which meant that they had found 14 things related to the dragon badge. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be related to the dragon badge. Many of them were related to the page number, which was the context of the dragon badge pattern. Jiang Hai also found 6, which added up to more than 20. Phew, it's almost time for lunch. There's a lot of dust here. Should we go out and eat, or go inside? After thinking about it, Jiang Hai felt that translating these things first was the right thing to do, so after hesitating, he said to Louis Quezada. Louis Quezada smiled when he heard Jiang Hai's words. Either is fine. To be honest, he was tired of staying here for a long time. Now that he could leave, he was still very happy. Therefore, under the signal of everyone walked outside together. When they came, they had to be careful. When they went back, they knew that it was safe, so they were faster. After more than an hour, they returned to the place where they set up camp. After arriving at the camp, the two sides calmly separated. Jiang Hai and the others returned to their tents, and so did the CIB people. But not long after they entered the tent, Belle Luster, Azalina, Galena, and Connerson Peters came out one after another and began to prepare dinner. Only Jiang Hai and Wallace Shelley were left in the tent. Of course, there was also Goldie. Those papers were hidden on his body. What do you think Jiang Hai got after he went in? Louis Quezada frowned as he looked at Jiang Hai and the others in the distance. Looking at Jiang Hai's actions now, he was sure that Jiang Hai must have gotten something. But what did he get? I've been recording their movements the entire time, but I didn't notice them taking anything from inside. I only remember that Connerson Peters once grabbed a handful of soil. Could it be that they came for the soil? Hearing Louis Quezada's words, Jittered Maud asked with some doubts. She also didn't quite understand Jiang Hai and the others. It's possible. Louis Quezada squinted his eyes and whispered. In his opinion, Jiang Hai's business was mainly based on his cattle. And if the cattle want to grow well, they naturally need to eat good grass. Jiang Hai made a lot of money by selling grass, and since he sells grass, he needs good soil. Therefore, Jiang Hai coming here for the soil was not without reason. Now that he thought about it, could it be that the soil here has some kind of magical effect? Louis Quezada looked at Jiang Hai and said in a deep voice, let's see if Jiang Hai still goes in tomorrow. If he still goes in, we'll get some soil back for research. If he doesn't go, then we'll pass this news back to our research institute and wait for our research institute to come and study this soil. This soil is likely to be Jiang Hai's secret. Although Jiang Hai didn't know that these guys were studying him in the wrong direction, he was quite happy that these guys were studying him in the wrong direction. Inside the tent, Jiang Hai and Wallace Shelley rearranged the papers and then rearranged them according to the page number. After rearranging them, they entered them into the microcomputer that Wallace Shelley brought with her. Soon, a paragraph of text was translated from German into Chinese. Although some sentences were not smooth, Jiang Hai could probably understand it. The person who wrote this was called Bruno Berg. This person was actually quite famous in Germany back then. He was once a famous anthropologist, and his most famous action was to go to the Tibetan area of Huaxia with Ernst Seifert to look for the legendary Shambhala cave, which was also called the Earth's axis, the whole of time and space. Originally, this thing was just a conjecture. In 1938, Germany had sent people to look for it, but they didn't find anything. In 1941, Germany lost 500,000 people, 1,300 tanks, and 2,500 artillery on the battlefield of Soviet Russia. The originally good situation took a turn for the worse. Under such circumstances, the leader of the SS, Himmler, remembered the legend about the Earth's axis and hoped to return time to 1939 so that Germany could correct the mistakes they made and start the war again. So in 1943, Germany launched this plan again and went to the Tibetan area of Huaxia to look for the cave. Seeing this, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. Although his common sense told him that these things were nonsense, he still suppressed his temper and continued to read. The information they found was not so much information, but rather a diary. It was the information reported by Bruno Berg, but reported in the form of a diary. It recorded in detail that after they arrived in the Tibetan area, they talked with the ruler of the Tibetan area and obtained their help to go to the snowy mountain in the Tibetan area to look for the Shambhala cave. However, there was some discrepancy between the legend and the fact that they didn't find it. They found it and entered the cave, but after entering, they found that the cave had a huge amount of space-time energy. It was far from what ordinary people like them could enter, so they went back. Looking at the above translation, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ponder for a moment. He was thinking about the authenticity of this thing. It was reasonable to say that such an important information like this should have been seen by the Americans when they first came here. Then the question is, since the Americans already saw it, why didn't they take it away, but instead threw it away like a piece of garbage? Don't say that the Americans don't believe in this. In fact, they believe in these things very much. For example, the 51st District of the United States. But why didn't they take it away? There was only one possibility, that is, they didn't believe in this saying, or they already found it, but it was also useless. No matter which one it was, Jiang Hai felt a little flustered. But looking at the written information, even the coordinates were very detailed, it didn't seem like nonsense. This made Jiang Hai somewhat at a loss. "Boss, are we going to the Tibetan area?" Looking at Jiang Hai's somewhat bewildered appearance, Wally Shelley hesitated for a moment and asked Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't worry for the time being, we'll talk about it when we have time. Anyway, we know where this dragon badge came from, so there's no need to worry." Looking at the very clear coordinates written on the information, Jiang Hai tore the information in half and threw it into the alcohol stove in the tent. In any case, this time their goal was achieved. Now it's time to see if Jiang Hai really wants to see it, but even if he wants to see it, now is not the time. Chapter 955. Now that he had made up his mind, things were much easier to handle. The next morning, Jiang Hai and the others went in again, mainly to find if there was any missing information. After confirming that there was no missing information, Jiang Hai and the others returned. Luis Cazada and the others also obtained some soil samples. Jiang Hai was very puzzled. What did they want to do with this? However, since they wanted it, Jiang Hai could not say much. After everything was prepared, Jiang Hai and the others left the cave on the third day and returned to the scientific research station. On the way back, Jiang Hai and the others took 5 days. This was not an accident but purely because of the wind direction. The difference between the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere was that the southern wind was warm, while the northern wind was warm in the southern hemisphere. This was because north of them was the equator, which was the warmest place in the world. It was summer in Antarctica, which meant that the southern wind was blowing. Although it was still very cold, -20 to 30 degrees Celsius, it was still very cold. When Jiang Hai and the others came, the wind was with them, so naturally, they ran fast. However, when they returned, the wind was against them, so their speed was naturally slower. Moreover, sometimes they had to avoid storms and other things. After all, winter was approaching, and Antarctica's summer only lasted for 3 months. Once they entered March, the weather would quickly deteriorate. Fortunately, there were no surprises or dangers along the way, they just slowed down a bit. 5 days later, Jiang Hai and the others returned to the scientific research station. After taking a bath, Jiang Hai returned the snowmobiles to the team and slept. The next morning, Jiang Hai and the others boarded the ship to return to Tierra del Fuego. After more than 20 hours of bumpy sailing, they finally returned to Tierra del Fuego. The moment they went ashore, Luis Quezada and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of floating on the sea was indeed uncomfortable, and most importantly, their mission was completed. They returned from Tierra del Fuego to Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. After getting off the plane, Jiang Hai and the others went to the hotel that the CIB had already prepared. As soon as they entered the hotel, Luis Quezada could not help but whistle happily. I'm a little excited. I finally don't have to stay in that world of ice and snow anymore. Aren't you happy? Luis Quezada said excitedly as he looked at Jiang Hai. For him, it was great that he didn't have to stay in Antarctica. It's all right. This trip was for naught. Jiang Hai shrugged and said indifferently. What he got, no one knew except for him and Wallace Shelley. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luis Quezada also laughed. Although I don't know what you want to get in Antarctica, to be honest, brother, if there is anything, it would have been taken away by the scholars of the Federation long ago. Why would it be left for you after 70 years? After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luis Quezada smiled and said. In his opinion, Jiang Hai had gained nothing. This was the right path. If Jiang Hai had really gained something, it would be troublesome. Do you want to go and play again tonight? After Luis Quezada saw that Jiang Hai's mood wasn't very good after listening to his words. He wanted to please all the rich people, so he leaned over and whispered to Jiang Hai while raising his eyebrows. When he said play, he naturally meant going to the Boca area. Jiang Hai was still very clear about what was there. Although the experience that night made Jiang Hai feel very magical, it does not mean that he is a pervert. He is not prepared to do things like play with little girls too much. Wicked. So after hearing Luis Quezada's words, Jiang Hai shook his head gently. Forget it for today, I want to have a good rest, and then I will return to Winthrop tomorrow. Looking at Luis Quezada, Jiang Hai said indifferently. Hearing that Jiang Hai did not want to go, Luis Quezada did not force him. After chatting with Jiang Hai for a while, he left with his men. Jiang Hai also gave Belle and Knerson Peters a vacation. If they want to play, they can also go. These two did go to play, but they did not go to the Boca area. Instead, they found a place nearby. Although the legal place to play according to the government is in the Boca area, there are also many illegal goods and secret societies nearby. These people are protected by the government, and they don't pay taxes. Naturally, they earn less, but the quality is not too bad. Belle and Knerson found two places nearby to play for the night. As for Jiang Hai, he hugged his three sisters and slept well. As for whether there was any exercise before going to sleep, no one knew. Even the CIB people did not know, because their listening devices could not escape Azalina's eyes. Boss, that's it. While Jiang Hai and the others were sleeping peacefully, in a club in the Boca district, the CIB's explosives expert, Habakkuk Hall, poured a glass of whiskey into his mouth, then looked at Luis Quezada and said. To be honest, this time's mission looked like they had suffered a lot, and then they came back with nothing to show for it. For battle maniacs like them, they were somewhat unhappy. But in front of Jiang Hai, they didn't dare to show off. But now that Jiang Hai was not here, it did not prevent them from asking. This is the best result. Why? Are you really going to fight with those guys? To be honest, along the way, Jiang Hai and the others are not to be trifled with. Luis Quezada squinted his eyes and took a sip of his whiskey. Along the way, he constantly refreshed his mind on the strength of Jiang Hai and the others. From humans to dogs, the strength of Jiang Hai and the others was quite impressive. If they really fought, the elites may not be a match for those guys. From their equipment, strength, tactics, and physique, those guys were not at a disadvantage. Well, this should be the easiest mission I have ever completed. Hearing Luis Quezada say this, the people on the other side did not have any other thoughts. Just like Luis Quezada knew, in the United States, one should never provoke the rich. Now, although they did not understand it very well, they also knew that Jiang Hai was a rich man. Seeing that his subordinates were so obedient, Luis Quezada also laughed. To be honest, in his heart, he hoped that Jiang Hai would do something. If Jiang Hai did something, there would be a flaw, and if there was a flaw, there would be a reason. Luis Quezada was not a good person. If you told an agent that he was a good person, it would be almost like telling a joke. You said that he was hanging around with Jiang Hai. Did he really not have any intention of probing Jiang Hai's background? Stop joking. To be honest, this was Jiang Hai. If it were other rich people, they would not dare to go abroad with them. It should be known that these guys were not good people. Even if they could not find out Jiang Hai's secret, and if Jiang Hai's side was not strong enough, they might kidnap him. Such things had happened before. So, thankfully, Jiang Hai's strength was strong enough. In the situation where the benefits were not proportional, these guys still decided to keep their jobs. Jiang Hai was not an easy person to deal with. But now, it was quite good. If Jiang Hai just returned to the United States and lost his curiosity, then for them, the mission would be considered completed. Although they did not make a lot of money, some small money was not bad. Of course, they also brought back the soil. If the soil was really useful, then they would be rich. Jiang Hai did not give Luis Quezada any more opportunities to get close to him. After waking up the next morning, Jiang Hai and the others boarded the plane that he had chartered. They flew from Buenos Aires to Boston. To be honest, flying from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere was quite tiring. There was no direct flight from Buenos Aires to Boston. Jiang Hai had said before that he had chartered the plane. When he got off the plane, he naturally had to go through customs or something. It was quite troublesome. However, after passing through customs and arriving at the parking lot, Edward Anderson and Robbins Garcia had been waiting for a long time. They were here to pick up Jiang Hai and the others. Of course, they also had to mention a little about the harvest during this period. So, Galina, Belle, and the others sensibly got into another car, while Jiang Hai and Azalina got into the first F-750. As the engine started, the two behemoths also drove out of the airport. At the same time, Edward Anderson and Robbins Garcia also introduced the recent situation to Jiang Hai. As time passed, the Antarctic was getting colder and colder. Winter was coming. However, Winthrop was getting warmer and warmer. After entering February, the temperature in Winthrop during the day could reach above zero. Although it was still a little cold, the snow could no longer be frozen during the day. The sun shone on the grassland, and large patches of snow melted into water. However, at night, the temperature would drop to about -5 degrees Celsius. Then, the melted snow would turn into ice cubes. However, Jiang Hai had another advantage, and that was the ocean monsoon. The ocean would never freeze, and the sea breeze would bring warmth into the grassland, waking it up first. According to Robbins Garcia, they had been driving the herds to stay in the meadow for a long time. This was because the herds could crush the ice, and at the same time, the grass in early spring was rich in nutrients. "Boss, we are preparing to get some fish seedlings and grass seeds." Looking at Jiang Hai behind, Edward Anderson said with a smile. Jiang Hai had given him such a generous salary, so he naturally wanted to repay Jiang Hai. Releasing fish seedlings was the most important thing. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.